today's session of Escape to Nature. I'm so glad that you could join us here at Kariega. I'm Nick, I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. And what a way to start our Escape to Nature with a beautiful big herd of buffaloes. And to everybody who has been with us for a while, who's a regular, welcome back. If this is your first time watching Wild Earth or Escape to Nature, just remember this is a live and interactive safari. We'd love to know what you're thinking, if you'd like to see anything, if you've got any types of questions or anything like that. So please do register on our website, subscribe if you're on YouTube. The more questions, the merrier. And on that note, thank you to everybody who has donated. It really is appreciated from all of us at Wild Earth. A big thank you to you. And to everybody else who will continue to donate. You're all a bunch of legends. Thank you so much. You really do your bit in helping us to connect people and nature. So we started our morning here off on the Scotia Dam clearings for our Escape to Nature. And it's hot. The temperature's risen quite a lot over the last sort of half an hour or so. We did have quite a lot of sort of overcast conditions to start the morning off. And now the sun's definitely starting to make a good appearance. And these herd of buffalo are kind of just to the south of Scotia Dam. And remember, between Scotia Dam and the far sort of southern hillside, there is that very prominent mud wallow, of which I'm kind of just on the other side of that. So I'm really hoping that these buffalo might read the script for us and actually come down to this mud wallow and really have a good little spa day to start their Sunday off. But we'll wait and see. I think as the temperature continues to rise, there's definitely going to be plenty of different species either coming to mud wallow or to get a drink. You can see we've already got a few zebra in the background there. A little zebra foal as well. So it's all happening here. Terence, 100%. It's always nice to see buffalo full stop, but it's even better when they are in the sun. So I'm sure we're going to have another action-packed day here at our Escape to Nature session at Wild Earth. Look at that. Now that is what you call diversity to start off our scene. We will pretty soon as well be getting a nice herd of eland walking into the frame from the left hand side. So we're moving and shaking, we're making things work on this Sunday. I hope all of you are having a nice relaxed one at home, that you've maybe had a nice late sleep in, that you're making a sneaky pancake or something like that for yourself, and you've got your drink of preference. If it's a hot day, maybe a nice glass of water to start the day off, and maybe a nice strong dark roast coffee after that. In terms of hydration, I think our buffalo will pretty soon have to have a drink. Remember, they are very water dependent, so I wouldn't be surprised if they even start off just having a drink, not even mud wallowing, but really starting the day off with a drink. I haven't really been moving around for much of the morning. So I'd say it's really only a matter of time before they do start to really get up, start to move around, and quite often we see them starting the day off with a good drink. Remember, they're bulk grazers, so they're eating a large quantity and often your longer grasses. So to help digest all of those grasses, they need a good amount of water. But look at all of the different species that we've got in one frame here. This is beautiful. Michelle, I actually had a very quick glimpse of her yesterday. She kind of made a very brief appearance down on the clearings here, and I was hoping to actually bring her to you live, but she didn't stick around for too long. She actually went back into the thickets, and as we know, once the animals go into the thickets here, they're pretty impossible to try and follow them. But maybe today, if I do see her, I will definitely bring her to you live. Have you been missing Thandi? But she is a legend of the area. And if you have just joined us for the first time, you're not too sure who Thandi is, she's probably the face of rhino anti-poaching throughout Africa at the moment. So there was a poaching attempt on her life back in 2012, where unfortunately poachers did come into the reserve and they tried to take her horn off, and they kind of they did a lot of damage. But she did manage to survive the onslaught, and she has had a series of skin grafts and things like that to try and preserve obviously her life and her face. And she's really done well. She's gone on to give birth to calves. She's given birth to quite a few calves now. So she's actually been really successful since that incident happened. And it's really just a matter of time now before she does give birth once again. So all of the rangers are holding thumbs. It's really just a matter of time before we do start to see her mating and obviously going through that whole 16-month gestation period again. So in terms of this closest buffalo to us, this bull that we can see, probably now only about 30 meters or so away from this little mud wallow. Right at the bottom of the frame you can see a flattened little grassy patch. That's kind of the higher ridge of where the mud wallow is. Obviously this area between that buffalo and where I am, lots of nice soft fresh grass growth. There's nothing wrong with stopping just to do a little bit of feeding. This little calf having a little bit of time to himself. Maybe he's an introvert. Melissa, obviously there is a possibility of that happening, but usually what you see is, especially in winter times, the herds of buffalo will start to move from the water sources to the best feeding grounds, back to the water sources, back to a different feeding ground. So almost like a inadvertent rotational grazing system takes place, which is really good to see. You look at something like farmers will implement something like that, but it really is amazing how nature is able to just really sort itself out and create that equilibrium. In terms of certain years, maybe the buffalo will do quite a lot of damage to the area in terms of feeding quite a lot. And then in other years, maybe too many lions per capita per area, in terms of populations and densities and things like that. But nature is always able to find that equilibrium point and sort itself out. And because of that, management strategies have become a lot more hands-off. Obviously in terms of still creating a sustainable, healthy ecosystem, there is a degree of management that needs to take place in an environment, especially for slightly smaller reserves. You think of something like your Kruger, which is massive, 2.2 million hectares. There's enough genetic diversity and things like that in an area for nature to completely sort itself out. But in some of the slightly smaller reserves, you'll have to introduce new dominant, let's say male lions or something like that every now and then, just to really reinvigorate and strengthen that gene pool. But that is a long way of going around your question. I'm basically saying that it's not too often that buffalo will kind of overgraze an area. This little calf seems to be doing pretty well here. I'd say looking at the size of it, it looks like this is maybe a year-old youngster. So not this year's litter. Yeah, we're talking about you. I'm just having a look at the herd in the background. It's quite interesting to see. It looks like a few of the individuals are actually starting to kind of head in the direction away from the waterhole itself, from Scotia Dam, from the mud wallows and things like that. But who knows? All it takes is one sort of decision from the pathfinder to decide, nope, we are going to the water, and everybody will start to make their way down. There's a whole lot of movement going on. I mean, if I have to zoom in here, you'll see exactly what I mean. Look at all those tails flicking all over the place. And you can see in the background there we do have one or two ostrich. Yeah, and it looks like one of our other really big bulls is starting to slowly make his way down here. Getting a little bit closer to where we are. He is an absolute beauty. He had a good mud bath yesterday. He's a lot browner than that other buffalo just on his right hand side. That's obviously just from all of the mud that's on his body. And I must say, buffalo are definitely, I think, an underrated species. You know, in terms of particular sightings, I love waiting for a herd of buffalo to come down to a waterhole. That, you know, you can see quite often if they've got in mind that this is where they're wanting to go, and if they're having to march quite a big distance, you often see them walking in a single file, but really marching with purpose. And as they get closer to the waterhole, often they kind of break ranks from that single file and start to trot a little bit towards the waterhole, still being quite vigilant. But I must say, it's definitely one of my favorite things to watch. Especially if it is winter, they're kicking up a lot of dust. You start to hear a lot of bellows from them. You know, and they can largely smell the water then. You know, in times of winter, often water sources are a little bit harder to find. And being very reliant on water, they do get excited when they can smell water close by. That definitely is one of my favorite things, to kind of loop ahead of them, kind of wait by the waterhole and just watch wave after wave after wave of buffalo come through. You know, some of them will be quite tentative, drinking at the edge of the water, and then when the next wave comes in, it pushes them deeper in until you get some buffalo that are kind of knee deep in the water. You can see we've got a little calf starting to make their way down as well. So we've really got a little bit of this and a little bit of that. It's almost like this herd of buffalo has now shifted directions and are starting to kind of arc in the direction of the mud wallows and the water and things like that. So I think it really is just a matter of time. I'm going to patiently sit here and wait for them to come a little bit closer. Hopefully we do get one or two of them plunging into the water. It would be nice to get a picture of maybe some water droplets dropping and sliding off of their mouth, off of their nostrils and things like that. There's There's a little calf behind this adult that we're looking at. You can just see its head peeking out from behind it there. Tiny little thing. That's one of the late-born calves. Dark mane lover, I can't give you an exact number there. You know, in terms of buffalo killing people, I mean, it's definitely not higher than your mosquito, than you know, malaria and things like that. But in terms of, you know, instances like that, it's often your old bulls that have maybe passed their kind of peak. Their senses aren't as good anymore. They get a little bit of a fright, and maybe that's where accidents happen. But in terms of numbers, I've got absolutely no idea. There's another nice little small calf making its way through there. Oh, those little calves, it definitely looks like their legs too big, too chunky for their body when they're quite small. They're playing a little hard to get you. There we go. It's pretty silent so far from all of these buffalo. I'm sure as they do start to enter into the mud wallows, we'll start to hear a bit more sort of huffing and puffing as they do get into the water. One or two bellows, as I'm sure a youngster has to move for one of the adults or something like that. Look at that, that little calf is resting in the shadow of mom there. They are getting closer and closer and closer. This is what we want. I mean, we might not be in the most ideal position to see them actually in the water here. It's been amazing to see how the herd has got up and has started to shift towards this mud wallow. I mean, what a way to start our escape to nature today. I'm sure this female that we've been following is going to crest this little ridge here, and we'll get a beautiful view of both her and her little calf. Mouthful of breakfast there. So definitely quite a few buffalo that have made their way already here. Look at that. Beautiful. Getting one last little bit of feeding in before they flop down into the mud here. We've got one or two in the water already. It looks like a big bull that's flopped down there. Yeah, he's trying to roll over and coat that body in mud. He knows it's going to be a hot day. He's got his A's and B's and C's in order. He knows exactly what the order of the day is. Got himself a nice spot there before everybody does start to compete for all of the best areas. Look at this little youngster making its way down here. Beautiful. Let's have a look and see if this little one pops its head around. A little bit shy at the moment. There it is. This is unbelievable. That little one not too keen to get down into the mud. Look at that, we've got the shot that we were hoping for, the water dropping off the mouth. Beautiful. You can see how alert this female is. She puts her head down to drink, but she's often lifting that head up, having a good scan around. Oh, there we go. Ellen, it's not too common for them to spend really the whole day in the wallow, but they will spend at least sort of an hour at a time, quite often for them to do that. Yeah, she's really enjoying herself. Now, if you think of it, if it is a very hot day, the mud is the best place to be. You know, it protects their skin from the sun, from all the little mites and insects and things like that. And it's just nice and cool. You know, think about for us on a very hot day. It's so nice to go down to the beach, wallow in the water a little bit, even if you're not catching waves. Just wallow out a bit, cool down, take it easy, have a good time. That's essentially what these buffalo will do. And this little calf quite happy to come down to the wallow with mom, but not too keen to get involved in the mud and the water itself. Look at this, all of these buffalo are starting to come down now. Everybody's soon going to be jostling for position, so we might hear one or two little bellows. Look at that wet nostril there, dried, caked mud on the forehead. I'm sure you can hear all of the water that's been kicked up as they slosh about. We've got a bull here who's having a good time. He's covered in mud already from yesterday, but he's been really having a good little chin scratch on that small ridge there. Lola, 100%. There is a child at heart inside every adult here. Everybody's splashing about, really enjoying life. And look at this bull. He is loving this spot here. Scratching his chin. We saw his legs up in the air earlier there. And quite cool to see how he's got that kind of split on the top of his back there. You can see the right hand side of his body covered in that nice wet mud, and on the left hand side the drier mud that's still caked on from yesterday. And as one or two of these buffalo do start to come closer to the vehicle, we might hear their heavy breathing. But I'm definitely going to stick around with this herd of buffalo. There's a possibility of them maybe even heading down to Scotia Dam after this mud wallow. But I think for now, let's send you across to Lisa to say good morning.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Djuma. As you all know, my name is Lisa and I am the waterhole naturalist. And we've got our baby waterbuck. Just look at it, it's so fluffy. And it just did the cutest thing, as the Egyptian goose family was like getting into the water and, making their way wherever they were going. This tiny one just followed them. He was very curious and very interested in what they were doing. Where are they going? Mom, what are these things? Absolutely adorable. But of course, I've got my eye on Gowrie Dam as well as the Ukukuya waterhole. So please do send through your questions and comments. And for those of you that were not with us yesterday on Escape to Nature, we had a glorious day with the animals, of course, but we actually learned quite a few things about some of the Wild Earth team members. And people, I've got some juicy info for you today as well. So if you're keen, we will continue the quiz today and learn some new things about the wonderful people that we get to see and hear here at Wild Earth. But for now, let's just enjoy this adorable little one. Oh, he is precious. I'm so glad that Mom is taking such good care of it, making sure he's safe every single day. I've actually not been able to see the sex. I just feel like it's a he. I apparently just decided that this is a he waterbuck. But you can see Mom and baby. Yesterday we did see some of the beautiful bulls. And of course the males do have the horns. But very, very amazing creatures these. And we do also have a hippopotamus around. I'm not too sure if it's Dewey. I suspect so. I cannot tell you with a surety, but let me just show you the hippo of the day. Ta-da! Good morning. You need to wake up and say hello to the viewers. Oh, but what a beautiful day in Djuma. Sunny. Hopefully it stays like this. And how ironic that we saw Mulwati yesterday on Sunset Safari. I knew something was around. I kept telling the zoomies the whole time, something is up. The antelope were very alert throughout the day. There was a lot of birds alarm calling, so I think Mulwati was probably just hiding somewhere yesterday. And he is also one of my favorite leopards. I find him very fascinating. But just look at this hippo. I think it's Dewey, if I'm not mistaken. If you are not familiar, Dewey is one of our resident hippos, generally sticking around Gowrie Dam. However, hippos, even when they are territorial, they will traverse from waterhole to waterhole, especially in the winter time, as a lot of waterholes will lose level rapidly. And hippos are, of course, very water dependent. They are, after all, aquatic creatures. But I think let's start off the quiz with an easy one. So one of our wonderful cameramen share a name with a very famous snowman. Who is this cameraman that I'm talking about? As of late, he's been mostly in Djuma with our naturalists. He does wonderful work, just like all of our other cameramen. But who is this cameraman that I'm talking about now? He shares a name with a very famous snowman. Good morning. Where is your fourth family member? Lenny, good morning. You are saying it was great to see me on the FSC. Yes, unfortunately, I am not a robot, you see. I tried to fool all of you for so long, but yes. Finally, you got to see my face a little bit. And for those of you that did not watch the FSC last night, of course, we did some storytelling, all of the naturalists, or not all of us, but some of us got to share some moments that we've experienced in the bush. And I actually had a very difficult time with choosing a story, because as naturalists, there are a lot of things that happen, you know, from sightings from colleagues to guests. It's crazy out there. But yes, then I thought, perhaps I shall just share that story, because it's always stuck with me. But again, if you were not able to watch Fireside Chat last night, I told the story of a guest of mine that in a lion sighting, right after a male lion took down an impala, as I wanted to sort of maneuver the vehicle to actually see the lion, because he did it just behind a bush, the guest was halfway off the vehicle to pick up his wallet. I don't know why he even brought his wallet on safari. I mean, the risk of losing it is so great. I don't know if he perhaps thought that I'm going to check his ID for sundowners, or if he thought we're perhaps going to stop for tuck shop. I have no idea, but yes, it was a very interesting experience. And as I said last night, that's the first time I actually swore in front of guests and got very, very upset without even trying to show it, because I can be very good with with hiding my emotions and always sticking to smiling and being happy and all of that, but you can imagine that was not the case. But I don't know why would you get off in a lion sighting? And it was not just a male lion, there were 2 lionesses also around. To this day, I cannot tell you where the females were after he dropped his wallet, but yes. And it's not like he just dropped his wallet. It's like his wallet exploded, like bank cards, IDs, everything was across the field, and he just thought, why is everyone upset? Because of course I wasn't the only one that's upset. The other guests were like, dude, what are you thinking? And he just sort of had this look of like, am I not supposed to do that? What's wrong? Why is everyone upset? But I have to say, I thoroughly enjoyed Ben's story and everyone else's story. Cedric's, with a with the male lions that charged himself and his tracker, and Tess her story about her mother, and Ben his story about the black rhino and him, rather taking care of his vehicle and then his telescope. It really was. I had a good laugh last night. But as I say, as naturalists, we go through many things, with animals, with everything really. Just want to have a look-see and see if our waterbuck are still around. Catherine, good morning. So glad you are joining us again. Yes, it is Olaf. For those of you that have never seen Frozen, shame on you. No, I'm kidding. It's a wonderful animation. It's one of my favorites. But yes, Olaf is one of our wonderful cameramen. And, well, recently he's been mostly in Djuma. And indeed, his name is Olaf. See, that was an easy one. I'm going to teach you a lot today. I got in touch with some of the naturalists and I literally asked them, listen, what can you tell me that you don't mind sharing, but something interesting that myself and, the rest of the people don't know about you? And I have to tell you, the answers that came up this morning, it is just, I feel like I'm a journalist about to break a story with all of you. It's incredible. It's really incredible. So hopefully you will learn some new things about the people at Wild Earth. You see, when my director says that in my ear, I get very sad. I'm going to send you over to Rolf because apparently he's got my favorite animal already.
Hello everyone, welcome to Escape to Nature, where we've been able to catch up with the breeding herd of elephants and a tiny little baby. We've been able to predict exactly where they're going to walk, and just so that you know, we're coming to you live from the Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape. This little baby is just heading for about a week old, and I'm going to introduce myself in a second, but let's rather just stick with this little baby for now. Look how precious that is. Keeping up with the leader of this group as they all walk through. That is the newest addition to the herd, and there's going to be a second one coming through as well. That's about 2 weeks old. This one is just under a week, and they're keeping it right in front of the herd because at the back we've got a big bull elephant that is pursuing this herd, and it's making them a little bit nervous and so on. So just keep an eye on that little baby until it goes out of sight, and then I'll say hello, and then we'll go back to the group and wait for that second one to come through as well. Lovely procession of elephants as they come through here, and we've given them lots of space so that they have an opportunity to not feel threatened by us, but every now and then you might just have a female that's making sure that we're not a threat to them as well. Very important for the group to be protective. Okay, girl, we don't mean any problems. Lots of space, hey? That's it. And as I say, they're a little bit edgy because of a bull that is pursuing them, and so they're keeping that baby right up front and away from any problems with that bull at the back. And as they slowly disappear into the brush, there's going to be a few more of them coming, but what a wonderful procession and straight line elephants walking in front of us as this one now starts to dust bathe. So yes, that is the exact spot that we were looking for to be in front of them. What's that? Pole. You got the pole. Okay, well, let's say hello. My name is Ralph Kirsten. Welcome to Escape to Nature. What a start. I've got Mpo on the camera, who's doing a fantastic job of keeping in line with these elephants. Now, we just do have the pole there, so I'm just wondering if there's any more coming. Regardless, I'm just going to move back just so that we have a better view on them as they disappear through the brush there, and then forward so we can get them as they go. And what we'll do is we'll just try and sit here. Okay, there we go for now. You might have to level off. There are more coming, so I don't want to move any more forward than that because, as I say, sorry, the Mpo is going to test his skills once again. There are going to be more coming, and there is going to be that other second little baby coming too. So we'll wait for that, nice and patient, and also giving these elephants lots of space. I saw them sort of in the thickets, and we didn't want to box them in any way, so that they don't feel threatened in any way, because then we might have a little bit of aggressive sort of behavior towards us, and that's the last thing that we want. We don't want them feeling any kind of problems, because they're already feeling a little bit here comes the second one. Now, sorry, I'm going to test your skills once again. I'm just going to line us up as we were, because here comes the second little baby. This is very, very special. They've obviously also been near to a waterhole, at a waterhole, so they've had a nice little bath. Here comes the second little baby. Now, which one? I think that one in front might actually have been the older one. There is the second little baby. How awesome is that? See how it's just been pushed along by mom, whether that's mom or not. Might be an auntie. Look at that. Just being told to back up and stick with that other female. So that little foot gesture. So those two sort of were almost told just to back off there. Wonder what that was all about. And as I go past the bush, we do have the big bull, Collie, coming up at the back. And this is the reason why they're all a little bit edgy, all a bit nervous. And luckily we're in a good position. We're a little bit above them, so almost slightly superior. And this is the big bull coming in now. He is a beast. You can see that little bit of anxiousness with those females. Look at that little baby. I wonder if it's going to drink now from its mom. Jennifer, you're absolutely correct. An elephant walked by, and luckily we were sort of able to anticipate exactly where they were going to walk, so we landed up in the perfect position for them to walk by us in nice open space where they don't feel threatened, and we could see them nice and clearly as well. You can see they've all been for a little bit of a swim or a bath, throwing water and mud. You've got the pole again. Okay, let's turn. Hold on, folks. There's some also dust bathing here, so it might be nice to check on them. As those others are disappearing, we're going to try and stick with this herd, but what we will have to do is we can't follow up behind them. That's when you really irritate elephants and you sort of press for an aggressive response. We've got to anticipate where they're walking and get ahead of them, so continuously leapfrogging. Now, as always with elephants, they like to go for a bit of a water shower. They spray water over themselves, and then afterwards they like going for a dust bathe, as this one is, and sort of sealing in that moisture, and then it keeps them cool for longer. And this is obviously a lovely dust spot. See that out through it on its back, it sort of grabs it with its trunk with the aid of the foot that pushes the dust forward, and throw it under the belly, over the back, behind the ears, and sometimes on the sides as well. That was a quick one. But this herd is on the move because of that big bull that is pursuing them. And for the safety of the babies, the females are obviously in heightened mood, anxious, not happy. So we don't want to box them in the thick brush. We want to be in a nice open space like this. Perfect. That was ideal, wonderful, amazing. Austin, absolutely correct. The matriarch will be signaling to the group where to go, when, and how, which route to take, etc. That's normally the most experienced of the elephants, and she will be the one then that uses the experience to indicate them or to them where they're going to go when. And with the bull coming up behind, she'll be obviously the most anxious for the group, and she will be the one then communicating with them, most of which we can't hear because it's very low decibels, most of which the human ear cannot pick up. It's subsonic, and lots of communication will be going on with these elephants right now. Sometimes we can hear them trumpeting, etc., and the low rumbles. That's what we can hear, but most of it we can't. And when she's indicating to them to move, you very often see the herd sort of stand still, everybody motionless and listening to her, and then off they go. So I think, but currently with this bull pursuing, I think it's an ongoing sort of trying to escape from his pursuance. I think there might be some stragglers coming through, although for now the major part of the herd has sort of gathered and continuing through there with that bull and just behind them. So in a moment we'll have to sort of start up and try and get ahead of them once again. I'm hoping that they move into an open area once more like this, where we can see them nice and clearly. So How awesome was that? I hope you got to witness it and you got to see the 2 brand new little additions to the Amakhala family. Well, from one member of the Big 5 to another with Nick.
Okay, our buffalo are indeed still wallowing. They've moved from the more sort of southern wallow to the one closer to Scotia Dam. I think they really are just enjoying life here. Got a few other individuals you can see kind of in the back starting to feed a little bit, 1 or 2 closer to the edge of Scotia Dam. But I think it's just a nice slow start to their Sunday. But it'll be interesting to watch as the herd does start to move off. I'm sure they'll do a little bit of feeding for the morning. Remember, they've only just gotten up from the spot of where they settled down to rest last night. Some of our older, more mature bulls, I'd imagine that they'd kind of stay in this mud wallow, linger around a little bit longer. You know, today is definitely going to be a warm day, so if I had to take a guess, I would say that the herd is probably going to do a little bit of feeding this morning before the temperatures do skyrocket. And then from there, they can ruminate and maybe even come back down to the mud wallows again for a second time. You can see this female that's in the mud wallow there is keeping a good eye on us here. But we did have quite a assortment of different species here earlier on this morning. We had a few impalas, blesboks and inyala. They seem to have moved off a little bit now. Potentially those inyalas have maybe even gone down to some of the thickets to do a little bit of feeding, being browsers. And I'm sure there is a good chance that as the morning progresses, we'll get a few little warthogs coming down to have a mud wallow. Those are some of my favorites. You know, like you can see these buffalo are in the mud wallow, but I feel like the warthogs really get stuck in. They get involved, you know. I guess it is slightly easier for them having a smaller body. They really move all over the place. They always remind me of a staffy, the warthogs. You know, I guess it's a pretty similar body composition, relatively small, but muscular at the same time. And this is definitely the spot to be to start the day off with these buffalo. I don't think they can have a much better start to the day than they've had. Nadia, in terms of buffalo chasing off other animals from sort of the mud wallow, remember everything out here is based on a size hierarchy. You know, so if let's say there were 5 warthog that were mud wallowing in here and the whole herd of buffalo started to come down, those warthog would more than likely have to get up and just move away, you know, because the buffalo are that much bigger. They don't really want to get involved in a little dispute with the buffalo. You know, with something like rhino, if rhino did have to come in, it would actually be really interesting to see, you know, because technically rhino are bigger animals than what buffalo are. Physically they're bigger, but there are more numbers, there are more individuals of the buffalo herd. But I mean, as we look at it now, you can see a lot of the members of the herd that we do have kind of moved off away from the mud wallow. So if I had to take a guess, I would probably say that these buffalo would get up and move away from the mud wallow. You know, you can see they've already been in there. A lot of them have coated their body in mud. If you look at size, you know, a big fully grown buffalo bull is going to be around 700, 800 kilos, whereas a big rhino bull would be just over 2 tons. A white rhino bull would be, 2.2 tons. Females being closer to just under 2 tons, maybe 1,800 kilos. And obviously if you had to get something like Thandi and the two youngsters, Sia and Mtetu, you've got 3 relatively big rhino coming down, and I'm sure that these buffalo would probably give up their spot. So it's all based on a size hierarchy. You think of something like lions. Lions are the apex predator, and if they're resting in the shade of a tree and a herd of elephants comes and walks past, the lions are the apex predator, but the elephants are that much bigger than the lions. So the lions will just have to get up and offer their position to the elephants. So talking about possible interactions between buffalo and rhino, I've written the script. We were hoping to see Thandi, and there she is. Look at that. Yes, please. So let's have a look and see what happens here. Those are the two youngsters with her, Sia and Mtetu. And you can see how immediately it looks like the buffalo are starting to make way. And there is Thandi herself. Amazing how we were actually starting to talk about her this morning, and then, as if by magic, she reads the script and makes it happen. Look at that. That is amazing to see. So luckily I answered that question right. Would have been awkward if I said, no guys, the buffalo will get out and they'll charge the rhino and scare the rhino off. So relieving to see that we got it right. Yep, so take a good look at the color of the rhino skin. You can see how it's all nice and dry, and let's give them sort of 15 minutes or so. It's going to be a completely different situation. Look at that. Our escape to nature here at Kariega has been unbelievable so far. Haley 100%. The buffalo knew their place, they knew what they're supposed to do. Sometimes you do get a little bit more contention. I feel like that was quite a calm takeover of the mudwallow, if you want to call it that. On a really hot day when everybody's kind of jostling for position, you might see the buffalo standing their ground a little bit more, and then the rhino starting to give a few of those characteristic it's almost like a bellow. I don't know how you would try and describe the rhino type of communication. If you've heard it, you know what I mean. So sometimes you see a bit more vocalization coming from both the buffalo and the rhino. But this was a nice, calm kind of takeover. The buffalo had a bit of time. This was the second mudwallow that they've been to for the morning. It was interesting to see how these rhino came specifically to this one. Obviously there is the first mudwallow that's behind me that the buffalo first moved to, and they didn't head to that mudwallow at all. Okay, but as our buffalo start to move off, I think let's take you across to Lisa in Okukuyo.
Thank you, Nick. Wonderful way to be spending your day with buffaloes and rhinos. And what a coinkydink that Sunday showed up, you know, just to say, hey, we're still okay. This is us. All right, thank you. I have not seen a rhino here in quite some time. I know that they come generally at night or later in the afternoon. But as you can see, we've got some zebra once again, some springbok. It is already such a beautiful day in Okukoyo. And as always, I've still got my eye on Djuma as well, so I definitely will let all of you know if anything shows up there. But please do remember to send through your questions, your comments, your suggestions, and of course your answers, because today we are doing a bit of a quiz again on the Wild Earth people. So I've got a very interesting one for you. Mr. Ben, you all know him very well. He used to be a chef back in the day, but pertaining to a specific aspect or food, or I don't want to say too much without giving it away. So what chef do you think Ben used to be? A specific chef. But he says this was very long ago. There's certain tricks that he can't do anymore. We should never ask him to try and do that for us now. So let me know. And of course, you know, if you don't know, just guess. I am definitely learning more and more about my fellow people every single day. Yesterday we learned that Cedric is a drummer as well as a DJ. I learned that Nadine is Afrikaans. I educated all of you that Jared is a gentle giant here at FCE. So there's a lot of interesting things that we can learn about the people. But what chef did Ben used to be back in the day? Oh, these crows are giving the zebras a run for their money today with who can be the loudest. The zebras are still waking up. Some far away in the distance we can hear that are braying. But the crows are really, they are so far being the loudest today. But remember, you don't just have to send your answers to the quizzes. If you have any questions about these wonderful animals or about the locations, this is, of course, the Okukoya Waterhole in the Etosha National Park, which is in Namibia. It's a different country to South Africa itself, but it's still in southern Africa. And this park has got about 34, 35 waterholes, some of them being man-made, some of them being natural. This one is a man-made waterhole. But I do suspect a lot of the others have already dried up, which is why we are seeing so much more activity nowadays. So, woo! Being dainty Pavonia is very early. Starbuck, you are saying Ben was a sushi chef back in the day. No, good guess, but no, that is not the one. You will be very surprised when I tell you. It's I literally was shocked when he told me, but it is not. Ooh, Jason, you are saying a fast food diner chef. No, that is also not the one. I love these guesses though. I would never know what to guess if someone asked me. Viv, you are saying a pastry chef. Also a good guess, but no, I will make it a little bit easier. It's a specific food. So it's not that he was an executive chef or sous chef or anything like that. It's pertaining to a specific food. If that is still not easy enough, then I will definitely give you another hint, but that's going to be a dead giveaway. So I will see. Perhaps you can get this. This food in particular, I did not eat for 2 years after returning from the States, because I had not a lot of it in America, but yes, I just had enough of it for 2 years. Viv, you are saying Chinese food. No, also not the one. I like the guesses though. It's it's very interesting. No. I will wait for one more answer and then I will give another clue. But you're going to be surprised. And I think we should actually ask Ben, to do a fireside chat about this, or an actual demonstration of how he did this. However, he will kill me if he heard that, because he said he cannot do that anymore. So, but you never know. Muscle memory is an incredible thing. I remember when I was in the States, I was terrified of coming back to South Africa and having forgotten how to drive. And my father said to me, no, it's literally like riding a bicycle. You can't really forget. And I didn't, luckily. But it was quite nerve-wracking, not driving for a whole year long and then all of a sudden you're behind the wheel again. But as I said, it is a specific food that Ben was a chef of. Back in the day, apparently. This was very long ago. I will give you this quote from Ben. I made my own dough in the mornings and was able to spin it around my head in front of guests. So what chef do you think Ben was? T Money, you are saying then it must be Pizza Chef. Indeed, can you believe it? So Ben says he used to be a pizza chef and he made his own dough in the mornings and he was able to spin it around his head in front of clients. How cool is that? I mean, yes, we all know that Ben is wonderful with astronomy and, you know, stars and all of that, the photography of it as well, but I would never have guessed that. How incredible is that? So if you ever do have the privilege of meeting Mr. Ben, please ask him to make you a pizza. I think we should definitely ask him. I wonder if the people in Djuma know. We should perhaps whisper in someone's ear and have them make some pizza for them. Woof, all of the animals are arriving now. We've got impalas, zebras. How beautiful is this? But if you did get it right after the hints, well done. It's very interesting. We think we know people, but once you actually start conversing with someone, then you're like, oh wow, that's very interesting as well. I'll tell you a little bit about Trishala later as well, and Catman Chris himself as well. Some interesting things. Francine, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. You would like to know, do we ever see buffalo here? So Francine, no. Of all of the big five, the buffalo is the only one that does not exist, but does not live here. Of course, buffaloes, you know, when we do see them, such as in Kariga and in Djuma and those places, buffaloes are, of course, grazers. And they are bulk grazers. So you can see they will struggle a little bit in an area like this. But that being said, it's incredible with all of the animals that we do see here. The zebras, the impalas, the wildebeest, a lot of the vegetarians, how they are actually still able to sustain it and survive. Not just survive, but they really, they make it look very, very easy out here. So no, we do get elephants, rhinos, leopard, as well as, what is the other one I'm missing, Jared? Lions, there we are. So those 4 of the 5 we do get here, but buffaloes not. But you never know. Perhaps 20 years from now, when we are watching this location, it's going to look completely different. But also, perhaps, you know, by then, buffalo may have been introduced. It's incredible how things change and how you are actually able to introduce animals and have them adapt. The previous game reserve I used to work on was actually a fruit and vegetable farm back in the day. And it's incredible to see that now there are giraffes, buffaloes, lions, rhinos. All of the animals are just living there, and they have no idea that, you know, back in the day this was actually more rural and, you know, people used to live and work there. So perhaps one day when we are watching Okukuyo, we might see some here. But for now, unfortunately not. I wouldn't want to live here. I wouldn't even want to even live here as a predator, to be honest with you. Much less a buffalo that is a bulk grazer that needs a lot of green grass. So the next question is a bit of an interesting one. It's going to be a very vague one. But one of the awesome directors in my ear today is Tadiwa. And she's got a nickname for me. Now that nickname is something that I used to call the goslings here. Well, everywhere, but specifically here in Okukuyo. I had a certain name for them. What is that nickname, do you think? But with regards to the animals, it's definitely changing here in Okokoyo. I mean, we are seeing a lot more activity from impalas specifically, which you are thinking, probably, Lisa, it's a waterhole. Of course, there's going to be animals. That is not the case. I mean, months ago, we did not see a lot of activity here at all. Literally, probably for weeks on end, it was green and very lush. So a lot of the animals, were in the rest of the park because there was rain as well. But I know I say this every single day, but I really do hope we get some more rain. Even if it's just one proper storm, I think it'll definitely help the animals out. Erica, you are saying you would love to see a huge elephant herd walking through. Erica, you and me both. I have been hoping and whispering silently to Mother Nature, just we are not demanding. We don't want to seem like spoiled children. But can we please have some more elephants? But I think the herd in specific, or the elephant herds with younger calves in the group as well, has perhaps moved off a little bit deeper into the park, just for more water, for more greenery. Animals that specifically have a lot of members to take care of and a lot of babies as well. They need to take a lot of things into consideration, which is incredible if you think about it. And not just elephants, really all of the animals. So these funny looking animals, the black ones in the water, those are blue wildebeests. Then of course the zebras. We've also got an oryx on the other side of the water. Oh, is that my black fluffy foal? Sorry, I think I see something, I'm just not sure. I think it's just the fact that that baby is standing in mom's shadow. All right, but I will keep an eye on the animals and I'm going to send you back to Rolf and his elephants.
Well, we've been able to anticipate once again where the elephants are going, and we've gotten around and ahead of them. However, they're heading into a valley that leads into a very big canyon that they actually call Grand Canyon, and it's not really possible for us to get any closer than this. So this is probably the best we're going to see of these elephants today, but I mean, what we had earlier was amazing. So I think we just got to count that as where we're not going to get any better, and just enjoy seeing them now. It looks like they've sort of gone stationary and they're feeding. We might see some of the stragglers that were behind the group still come through. Maybe we'll get a better view on them. But I'm pretty sure that the matriarch, she's taken them into a little bit of a difficult area that maybe the bull is not too keen to follow in so close behind. And we often see the elephants move into these areas when they don't really want to be seen too much. Maybe they want to get away from vehicles as well, because game viewers can also irritate them a little bit. And with them being sort of a little bit more anxious than usual with this bull following in behind them, I think that that's exactly what they're doing. They don't really want to be bothered at the current time, and they've got those two little youngsters that does heighten anxiousness quite a bit. So yeah, that is the ways of the elephants. Maybe we won't see them for a day or two. They disappear. It's amazing how massive animals, and in a big group like this, can disappear and you don't see them for a while. Gail, absolutely, and from them being in front of us when you were with us last, and seeing how huge they are right close up. Now obviously we're on the opposite side of the valley looking across at them. Yeah, they look very small in the greater landscape and bigger scheme of things, and amazing how quickly they can disappear in the brush too. Now you see them, now you don't, that kind of thing. So and it's quite amazing, because this morning when we first came out, I got a lot of tracks of them, and I hadn't really caught up with the other rangers just at that time, but I'd seen that they'd been zigzagging across the road, but still, even with lots of signs of them being around, we struggled to initially find them. Eventually one of them moved out into the open on the side of a kloof, and I spotted them, and then we saw a few sort of moving in that open area. But very quickly, just 1 second you saw them, 1 second, and then the next second they were gone. Pretty much what we're starting to see now as well, as these are slowly making their way down into this valley and into that canyon itself. So I think this might be a little bit of the last that we see of them, as I say. If we're lucky though, there might be one or two that pop out that we're coming up behind them. So yeah, that's why we always appreciate those moments when we do get nice and close, when it's the perfect type of encounter, and that's what we had earlier. And this is just sort of a conclusive sighting, and anybody that comes out now on Game Drive is just going to see this, which is still nice, but nothing compared to what we had when they all filed past us with those little babies. That was lovely. The weather now also changing. It was very hot a second ago. I took my jersey off. Now the sort of clouds are closing in again, and the breeze coming through. So it's chopping and changing. It's hot, cold, hot, cold. It's very typical Eastern Cape weather. And we're going to have that for the next week or two. With there being inclement weather, you often find the elephants do sort of head down into these valleys as well. But they've been spending a lot of time in the valleys with these two new little youngsters, and I would imagine they're going to do that for the next couple of months or so. Eventually starting to relax quite a bit as those babies have settled, and they've got themselves nice and fit as well, walking up and down through these valleys. It's amazing how these elephants have walked them, and so I would say that they're probably fitter than most people already in their first 2 weeks of their life. So Theo, yeah, absolutely. Being in these thicker areas, especially with the babies, it does make them feel safer. But then very important, if you're coming in with a vehicle, not to sort of come up behind them or block them, because sometimes the bush is so thick that there can only be, there might only be a couple of routes that they can take, and if you block that, they can get quite aggressive, and it's pretty much, you just need to be careful of not, boxing them in. And that's why earlier we sort of anticipated where they were moving and then tried to get ahead and get them in an open area where firstly we can view them nicely, but secondly they can feel very safe, and not that kind of boxed in nature that you might get in the thickets. So not the best idea, especially when they're in this kind of mood and a bull pursuing them from behind. Particularly so, not to box them in the thickets, and try to anticipate, and that's where experience comes in, just to understand the feeling and the mood of the group, but regardless, you always maintain the rule. You don't follow up behind elephants. They really don't like it, and they can get very angry, and in this kind of mood, particularly so. But if you also sort of anticipate where they're going to move, and then move into an area where they are going to come towards you, but you're in a very tight space, not a good idea either. Rather anticipate and get far ahead of them, and in a nice open area where you've got escape routes and so do they. They don't feel boxed in. And then, just as we had, they'll file past with almost, no reaction to your presence. And you were there first, so they're moving into your space, but they've got all the space in the world to move whichever direction they want. And don't block their path. You want to give, let them move on their natural path that they were already taking, and give them space from there. So we see very often with accidents with people, especially self-drive, that are in different game reserves, etc. One of the biggest times when you have elephants adversely reacting to self-drive viewers or people, is when you're following up behind elephants. They're walking on the road and you drive up behind them and you get too close. Eventually the elephant turns its head, it looks back towards you, and the trunk will sort of be smelling backwards at you. And the mistake people make is to continue on close up behind that elephant. And then eventually it turns around and it does a head shake, and then once again continues on its way, and then you follow up again behind it once again. It's already told you, I'm gonna hurt you if you keep coming up behind me like that. And people don't understand the body language of that elephant telling them to back off, and they keep on close, and then that's when they get their vehicles pushed over and so on. And then, you know what, that elephant gets classed as a problem animal, whereas it was a problem person who didn't understand the nature of what the elephant was trying to say to them. And that's where I think that it's unfair.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer, and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
So I think we've pretty much lost view of all of these guys now. And once they disappear down there, and we don't have any of the other stragglers coming through, eventually I'm going to head on down to the basin where there were reports of the lions with the little cubbies, that there was quite a nice view on them. So I think I'm going to try and head down for that, and if you give me a chance to do that, I'll head you on over to Lisa in Djuma.
Thank you very much, Rolf. Beautiful baby Ellie you have there. Sorry about that. We are in Djuma, just having a look around. As you can hear, there are still some birdies making an alarm call. So I wonder if there is not a kitty cat around. So my previous question to you was a little bit vague, but one of our amazing directors at FC, Tadiwa, has got a nickname for me. I have no idea why, but this nickname pertains to the goslings, specifically the Egyptian goslings that we have here, that we have in Okukuyo, that are not so little anymore. But what is that nickname? I know it's a very strange question. I just want to see. If you can perhaps guess that one. Very odd one. But as I say, definitely stay tuned, because I've got some juicy intel for you on Chris, Mr. Catman, on Trishala. Nathan, your guess is Baba. It is not Baba, no. It is something that generally, especially in Okukoyo, when they were still very tiny and fluffy, I used to say early in the morning, I say, let's look for our something. It starts with a C, if that helps. But for now, we will just look to see what animals we have in Djuma. Dewey the hippo is still around. Our Zumi helping out, and I decided, all right, it is Dewey. And the waterbuck come and go. They literally, then we see them, then we don't. They really just come and go. But of course, they can't stay out in the open the whole day, especially mom with her little one. However, when she does do that, she stays very close to the water, and very effectively so, because if something does happen, then she can just sort of run into the water with the little one. Yes, it's going to be deep, but the chances of a leopard or a lion actually chasing after them in the water is not too great. There he is. Hello, Dewey. And these really are probably, well, I think all of the animals are incredible, but one of the most fascinating animals to watch on safari. I remember I've conducted a safari where we literally just sat at a waterhole, not just for the hippos, but during that 3 hours, they were so entertaining. We could literally just sit there and watch them. It was a whole pot of hippos, I think. Probably 20 to 16 of them. 12 to 16 of them. And we were just keeping up with them. They had some calves with them as well. And They really are fascinating. It's incredible to see how quickly they can move. And in the water, yes, but on land as well. You do not want a hippo coming at you. They do move around at night, they do graze. But specifically when they are angry, you do not want to, to be in a hippo's way. Rochelle, you are saying cookie or cooks? That's a funny name. No, that is not the one. It's a good guess though. That is not the one. I'm sure you will get this one. Generally, especially at Okukuya when we had the 6 goslings when they were still very tiny, every morning I would be very excited and I would say, let's look for our something. I don't know why that is my nickname though, but it is. I've been dubbed. But if you've just joined us, welcome to Escape to Nature and thank you so much for joining us. We've had a rather productive morning already. Rolf has caught up with that beautiful elephant herd with a brand new baby in Amakala. And Nick has already seen Tandi and some other rhinos and the buffalo in Kariga. It's really been busy. And we are currently at Gowrie Dam in Djuma. I am, of course, Lisa, the waterhole naturalist. And right now we are watching Dewey the hippo with the help of our awesome zoomies. But as always, if you have any questions about the animals, about Africa, about the locations, you are welcome to send them through. We love hearing from you. And ultimately, you know, what's a safari if we can't all interact? So if you are watching on the app or on the website, just remember to register. Otherwise, also, if you do follow us on YouTube, you can just subscribe to see some of our other safaris and interesting things that we do at Wild Earth. But I'm looking forward to hearing from you. Yesterday we did a bit of a quiz on all of the people at Wild Earth. Well, not everyone. We'll never have enough time for everyone. But today we are continuing that, and we have become wiser that Ben, the naturalist that's generally in Djuma, he used to be a pizza chef. Who knew that? We also spoke about Olaf, our cameraman, that shares, of course, the name with the snowman. And my next question to you is, what do I call the Egyptian goslings when they were still very tiny in Okukoyo, which is also a nickname that Tadiwa has for me? Oh, hello, Terrapin. Just look at this guy, living his best life. Quibus, you would like to know, you've heard that a hippo's milk is pink. Is it true? No, not that I know of. Again, never say never, you know, we all experience and see different things in different parts of Africa and really everywhere in the world. But no, from my personal experience, I've never seen pink milk. I've seen white milk. I can tell you what's very adorable, specifically with hippos nursing. The calf will go underneath the water and it'll actually suckle from mom. And then if you pay careful attention, every now and again you'll actually see this oily substance circle coming to the surface. And that is some of the milk sort of escaping. And I've more than once seen that baby hippo then sort of slurp up that little bit of milk. But Quibus, it's also difficult to tell you because hippos are, of course, aquatic creatures, but specifically when they are nursing, it's very rare to see a hippo nursing on land. For the most part, they do it in the water. So, but no, for me personally, to my knowledge and to my experience and from what I've read and learnt and seen, it's white. But you never know. Perhaps there's someone that has seen pink milk. It's like a little milkshake. Perhaps it was a, a hippo cow that ran somewhere and she charged something and she came back into the water and then she just made a little milkshake for the baby. I don't know. You never know. That's what I always say with nature. Never say never. Never say that cheetahs don't hunt at night. Never say that lions cannot climb trees, cheetahs as well. Never say that animals just have one baby. Specifically the bigger animals like elephants and hippos and rhinos. Anything is possible out here. Darcy Miller, while I've got you on the line. Happy birthday, Andrew, who's one of our naturalists. But yes, Chicky D is correct. I have no idea why that is my nickname, but yes, that is my nickname from one of our directors, Tadiwa. And that is correct. I call the little ones in Ukokoyo Chicky D's. And it's incredible to see how big they've gotten, that they're all doing well still. But that was a very, very vague one. But you are correct as always, Darcy Miller. You know a lot about us. Yesterday after Escape to Nature, the directors and I were actually like stunned. We actually said, Darcy Miller knows so much about us. Is she perhaps a spy? Is she a fly on the wall in FC? But that is correct, Darcy. Chickadee! But yes, while I was on that, happy birthday, Andrew. Andrew is, of course, the naturalist that taught me to do this. And he's also one of our freelance naturalists. So happy birthday. We hope you have a wonderful day. And if it's your birthday, we hope you have a beautiful, beautiful day. We've got it seems like a Hadida ibis. Oh no, it is a Hammerkop. Look at you. The sun is very sharp. Oof. I think it's going to be a scorcher today in Juma. And hopefully that will encourage some heffalumps to come swim. We really need that. I think we are due for that. Because I'm seriously starting to have withdrawal symptoms now. And it's not good. It's really not healthy for me. Azumi actually just said, I'm so happy for you that it's not a Hadida. It is not, no. Of course, we've got nothing against Hadidas. They just make a lot of noise. But no, that is a Hammerkop. Oh my goodness. All right. I'm sending you over to Nick now. He's got another surprise up his sleeve.
Okay, we've managed to find our coalition of dominant male lions here at Kariega. This is the dominant one that we are having a look at, the dominant of the two. The other one is just off to the side here. Seems to have potentially picked up something on the wind, picked up the scent of something. You can see him really lifting his head, having a good smell. So the breeze has been blowing towards him. These males have been kind of just lying down as I found them, and all of a sudden they've literally just got up. So in terms of where we are, we've now come further west from Scotia Dam. Yeah, off he goes. So something is picking up his interest. I can't see anything. But I mean, remember, their sense of smell is very well developed. When I was driving along here trying to find them, I did see a family or a sounder of 3 warthog, maybe about 400 meters away from here, so quite a distance. But something definitely got his interest pretty quickly. He'd been kind of sniffing for a while, but he stood up all of a sudden. But that is a lovely pose that he's giving us there. Look at how he's standing tall, shoulders out. What's it? Chest out, stomach in. But I'm sure that his brother will more than likely look to join him soon enough. There we go. Settling down. Look at that. What a beautiful view. Let's have a look at his brother. He is giving 1 or 2 yawns here, so I wouldn't be surprised if he does get up and follow. Look at that. Absolutely incredible. What a morning here at Kariega, my word. Rhino, buffalo, and now a lion. Taylor, I agree with you. They are 2 very impressive looking male lions. Good bond between them. Strong animals as well. And really good looking. I mean, look at that nice dark mane that we can see there. Beautiful coalition of lions. Yeah, so in terms of the distance that I've travelled from Scotia Dam to here, probably, I mean, as the crow flies, probably a good sort of 6 kilometers or so, somewhere around there. Obviously, the roads are winding, and you go up to the top of some high ridge lines and down some very deep valleys. So I mean, 6 kilometers doesn't sound too far. I mean, in terms of some of the roads and things to traverse along the area, it's definitely quite a distance. But in terms of where they're on almost like a small little plateau here. 1 or 2 little open areas, which is really great. I mean, that's what we want. And they really made it easy for me here. I mean, look at this. You can see they're on the road. So I was chatting to one of the other rangers in terms of if any lions had been found. And they said, yeah, and I heard that the 2 males were around, sort of, there's a waterhole called Waterfall, north of Waterfall along Boma Highway. Here comes a yawn. So I was driving around the actual waterhole looking for any signs, you know, thinking that it's starting to warm up, so potentially they might be starting to head to one or two patches of shade. So I was peering into some of the thickets, just making sure that they weren't in any of these thickets, and I'd almost done a complete 360 from where I started. I'm probably now 60 meters or so from where I started looking for them, in terms of the general area of that waterhole. And here they were, lying on the road. So I came from the other side of them and I just saw this tail across the road. I thought, oh, there we go. Beautiful surprise. So whatever got their attention earlier seems to have passed now. You can see this male's really put his head down, and the first male that we were having a look at, he's still in the same spot. He doesn't have his head lifted, sniffing into the wind. So this is not that we're trying to get it all in one escape to nature, but this is 3 of the big 5 that we've now managed to get in, what is it, sort of 2 hours or so of escape to nature here at Kariega. We had our buffaloes mud wallowing, then we had rhino mud wallowing, and now we've got lion. Amazing. So remember the term big 5, that's now kind of the term of the 5, not most important animals, but the 5 sort of biggest hairies and scaries that a lot of people would love to see. Remember initially the term the big 5 was the 5 most dangerous animals to hunt. Now that's why something like your cheetah, it's not really on that big 5 list. Remember, it's lion, leopard, elephant, rhino and buffalo. So something did obviously get this male's attention all of a sudden. You see how he lifted his head and he was looking, and at the same time the second male did exactly the same thing. Okay, his brother's just got up and he started to move. He's walked behind a thicket, so I won't be able to see him from here. But there is a possibility that if he keeps moving, that this one that we are watching, he might get up and look to follow him. I wouldn't say that that other one will go too far. Remember, this individual that we're looking at now, he is the dominant one of the two. And being the dominant male, he's usually going to make those decisions in terms of when they're going to move, where they're going to move. So maybe that other male was just kind of shifting position to try and find a little patch of shade. Look at that, off he walks. He is making it tricky for me to follow him. So that's where his brother was. That male that we were having a look at has now continued down past the vehicle, making life just a little tricky for me. I'm going to try and see if I can turn my camera without getting the cables to come out here. Okay, there he goes through there. So obviously His brother must have kept moving because I can't see him from here, and now this male that we were having a look at is kind of continuing to shift. So I might potentially look to shift positions and see if I can find them again. Alright, but I'm going to look to reposition, get another view of these males, see what they're up to. And in the meantime, let's take you across to Lisa in Okukuyo.
Nicolas, no one likes to show off. Woo, you are having the morning, hey? Buffaloes, rhinos, lions. But how beautiful are those lions? I cannot wait to go on safari again. I literally am getting withdrawal symptoms. Hopefully I too can share some photographs one of these days of some animals that I get to see on safari. But we are still on safari in Okukuyo. As you can see, zebras, springbok, wildebeest. We did actually just have a noble duck in Djuma, but unfortunately it took off, as they do. These animals, you would think they listen, but they don't. So, my next question is about the lovely Trishala. I know many of you have known her for quite some time now at Wild Earth. Trishala is a dancer, for those of you that don't know. But what type of dancer is Trishala? Do you think she's perhaps a ballroom dancer, tap dancer, modern dancer? Let's see if you can get this one. Many of you will probably know this. She did say some of the viewers might know this. But what type of dancer is Trishala? Our lovely naturalist. I can't really say which location she's at because she's everywhere. And if I'm not mistaken, Trishala will actually be doing the water holes for us tomorrow. So hopefully you get to spend some time with her. But what type of dancer is Trishala? Let's see if you know. I'm definitely learning things, I can promise you that. And if you want to perhaps ask me something about you that I don't know, you can definitely send your questions and your comments and everything through. We would love to hear from you. It's always interesting getting to know each other. I think that's the thing I miss most about safaris, is I could literally, within an hour of meeting my guest, I would be able to tell you how many children they have, how long they've been married, why are they in Africa, why are they on this trip. I love getting to know people. Oryx, you seem very indecisive. What's wrong? Share your heart with us. What happened? Did you have a tiff with your friends? Oh goodness, we're being dramatic again. Everyone is being dramatic. Calm down. Just checking that we are not missing a predator. Don't want to tell the animals they are being dramatic and then there's like a lion or something. Jimpy, you along with Catherine, Lenny, Darcy Miller, Shelley B, Starbuck. Everyone got it correct like immediately. Trishala is in fact a professional belly dancer. I did not know that. That is very impressive. Very, very impressive. But apparently that was too easy. Even Tadiwa said that. So many of you already knew that. However, what you might not know about our lovely Trishala as well is that her guilty pleasure is watching old Agatha Christie films. Old Agatha Christie films. And crocheting. Crocheting is actually a new hobby that she's taken up. How cool is that? I would never have guessed that. I don't think I'll probably ever crochet. However, you never know. Maybe Trishala can teach me. But yes, Trishala is a belly dancer. She enjoys Agatha Christie films and crocheting. Did you know that? We are learning. But again, if you've got anything that you would like to quiz me on, please do go for it.
Are you safari savvy? How good is your animal knowledge? Animal Quizmania is back by popular demand.
How cool is this?
In aid of Earth Month for the whole month of April, we will be hosting Quizmania. Teams will pit against each other every week for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people. Fill out the form on our website, name your team, and come get wild.
What an absolutely amazing day. I mean, apart from all of the incredible animals that we've gotten to see already, just being able to spend some time with one another, getting to know each other, and then these animals and the locations that we get to spend some time in is just breathtaking. Absolutely breathtaking. I'm trying to think now if there's anything that I have not told you about myself. LG7, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. You would like to know if I've got any pets at home. Does my boyfriend count? No, not where I currently live. Him and I don't have any pets, unfortunately. However, I do still technically have my cat, who's living with my sister. But it was her cat first, and then she just sort of said, okay, well, you can have her, because the cat just started loving me. But she's still living there because where they are, they've got a massive garden. And it's really ideal for the animals, because my sister also has a French poodle and then a chinchilla cat. So over there I've got some pets, but it's also technically not mine. I did have a Cocker Spaniel, James, but sadly he's gone to doggy heaven. But currently I don't have any pets. As I say, apart from my boyfriend, it's nothing, no. But I would love to get one. I would really love to get one. I'm a massive, obviously, animal person. And I kind of struggle without animals, I have to be honest with you. Perhaps I should get a goldfish. You see, the thing about having a fish for a pet is you can't pet it. If I have a pet, I want to be able to pet it. But no, LG7, I don't currently have any pets. Perhaps something else you don't know about me. I don't know if I've mentioned this. I used to be in construction. I've got no qualification or training or whatever. In lockdown, I actually just decided I'm going to revamp my mom's house. And I literally plastered the whole front of the house and painted it, fixed things. I like those sort of things. Revamping things. But yes. Another thing as well, I love writing. Songs. I've written a script for a movie, which is about rhino poaching. So yes, that is something about me. But I'm definitely learning so much about all of the other people at Wild Earth. I find it very fascinating. So if you have any questions about any of them, perhaps I can try and get you the answers. But my next question to you is about Chris, or as many of you refer to him as Catman. And Chris has got some interesting hobbies. Now, he makes a lot of things at home. I know that's a very vague question, but I don't want to give you too big of a hint right now. What do you think some of the things are that Chris makes? It's got to do with clothing. It's also got to do with food and liquid. What do you think Mr. Chris Catman makes when he's at home? In his free time? The one is alcohol. You see, it's very interesting. I did not know any of these things. I wonder if this is now the the total amount of Abdom stalks we are getting today. Hopefully it's not. Doink! I love when they do that. Just want to have a look, see if we have any other visitors approaching. Because sometimes, specifically, when we are zoomed in on the waterhole or something, then all of a sudden just bam, we've got elephants or rhinos coming up to us. I've often experienced that with the Djuma Dam cam, where you're sort of looking at something, looking at the ants on the bark of the tree, and then all of a sudden you've got an elephant's eye right underneath the dam cam. Shelly B, you say you crochet while you watch Wild Earth. That's interesting. Just like Trishala, that's something you enjoy. You know, Shelly B, I've actually watched, because I'm a very creative person, so I like watching how things are made and done. I've watched a lot of videos on crocheting, but I've never actually considered taking it up myself. Perhaps I should get some classes from yourself and Trishala. But let me know. What are some of the things that you guys do, or that you know, or do in your free time that we may have never guessed? Or what is your occupation? Perhaps you shock us with that as well. LG7 you are saying you're 80, retired, many years, and watch Wild Earth every day, and you really enjoy it. You feel like you are here live with us and you are learning so much. Thank you for that. Oh, and you've got an adopted dog that is about 8 years old. That is beautiful. I love when we adopt animals. I always get so sad, you know, when people buy new animals, and I always say, you know, just explore the options first. There's a lot of animals that are in shelters and things that don't have a family that love them. Thank you for that, LG7, and we're so happy that you are enjoying everything and having fun with all of us. My Cocker Spaniel was also actually adopted from the SPCA. He was a little scaredy pants when we first initially got him, and then he became probably one of the cheekiest dogs on the planet. But thank you for sharing that. I love getting to know all of you as well, as do all of the other naturalists. Ooh, while I'm hearing these crows, my guilty pleasure is horror movies. It's always been. Since I was young, I love horror movies. I find them very fascinating. But only for the fact that I used to study drama as well. And I can always see the effects and the makeup and everything. I never sort of get into the actual storyline. I know a lot of people hate horrors. But let me know about your hobbies, or if you want to participate in the quiz, what are some of the things that Chris actually makes himself at home? One of them is alcohol, one of them is clothing, another one is food. Very interesting, and I'm actually so glad I did this, because I literally just sent a message to the naturalists and say, hey, what is something that we don't know about you that you don't mind sharing? And literally my jaw drops with a lot of these answers that I'm getting. That's very interesting. Our Zoomy on the Djuma Dam cam just told me that they paint rocks with critters on it. That's pretty cool. That's awesome. I don't think that's a very ordinary hobby. That is very cool, Meerkat. I love it. I love it. Keep it coming. Catherine, you are saying one of the things that Chris does is brewing beer. Ding ding ding! You got that one correct. Chris makes brews his own beer at home. How cool is that? I wouldn't even know where to begin. Yes, there's YouTube videos. I remember during lockdown, because I don't know if it was as severe in your country or in your part of the world, but in South Africa, amongst other things, alcohol was banned. So people really, I think YouTube was a massive thing for a lot of people, because a lot of people tried to brew their own beer and wine and just all sorts of things. Desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess. But yes, Catherine, you are correct. That is one of the things that Chris does. Jimpy, you are saying making walking sticks? Yes, that's not one of them that I was going for, but yes, that does definitely sound like Chris. He would definitely be someone that makes walking sticks, being, of course, a trails guide and being on foot so much. Definitely walking sticks. Darcy Miller, you are saying biltong, which is of course like beef jerky or dried meat in South Africa. He didn't say, but I'm guessing he would, yes. If you hear some of the other things that he makes, then biltong would be a very easy one. But yes, I'm sure Chris can make his own biltong as well. I'm sure he'd be able to live off the land if he needed to. I wonder what this oryx's hobbies are. I'm struggling to English today, apparently. Do you think this oryx likes crocheting in his free time? What do we think this oryx does? Well, he's not sticking around for us to find out. Very rude. But I see we've got our beautiful parrots in Djuma, so let's quickly go over before they disappear. I apologize, I forgot to give a disclaimer. This is a PG sighting. Parental guidance is advised as they are making out. No, they are just grooming each other. A lot of love going on. I suspect it's the female inside. Both the female and male are responsible for incubation. And generally, on average, there will be 2 to 4 eggs that get laid. But this specific nesting area could have been created originally by a woodpecker or even a barbet. Or it might just be a natural hole in the tree. We never know. But these trees in Djuma have hosted so many creatures, and their youngsters. It's incredible to think how nothing goes to waste. Absolutely nothing. Isn't it incredible? This actually makes me think of the the African grey parrot that I used to have whilst working at my previous lodge. His name was Chutney, and he was the most adorable thing. He loved kisses and me petting him and just everything. Of course, much larger than these ones. These ones are about the size of a dove, if not a little bit smaller. But these ones are known as the brown-headed parrots. And they are, for the most part, seasonal. So it will be interesting to actually watch their journey, from the actual nesting. I have no idea if there's eggs in here already, if they are just preparing. Ooh, she didn't like that. Lily, you would like to know if parrots are the only birds that can mimic humans. No, not at all. Indian miners can do it. There's quite a few others. Just have to rack my brain a little bit. But no, they are not the only ones. They are brilliant at it, of course, but Indian miners, which is actually known as a problematic bird, specifically in southern Africa. But they too, if you have an Indian myna from the actual chickadee, you can teach them, if I'm not mistaken, it's something like 70 words. So it's quite a few. But now I'm sure there are, I know there are others, none that come to mind right now. Aren't they just beautiful? It literally looks like a domestic budgie. So we have had some answers from you with regards to what Chris does. Making sticks, making biltong, making his own beer. What else do you think Chris likes making in his free time? And if you are not familiar, if you are perhaps new to Wild Earth, Chris is one of our naturalists Generally, he's down in Pridelands. He's also known as the Catman on Wild Earth. What do you see, lovely? Estrelita, you are saying your crazy thing that you do is you go buy crickets at the pet store and release them in nature. I love this. I'm here for it. I love it. That's so coincidental. The other day I saw a video on social media about a guy that does the same with turtles and tortoises. Isn't it sad to think that, you know, that a lot of these animals are just being used for people's advantage? I've told you a lot about the animals that get sold next to the road in southern Africa as well. Pangolins, I mean a highly endangered animal that gets sold next to the road like it's just another day. But yes, we live in a funny world, but thank you for doing that, Estrelita. I love that. I really do love that. Catherine, you are saying your hobbies are horse riding and safari. I love it. I'm here for it. I'm here for all of it, whether I can do it or not. I cannot ride horses. I've had an encounter with a horse while grooming it, and I lost a toenail, so yes. That is not something I have the ability to do, much less well. But that's super interesting. I love learning about all of you, about our viewers, about my colleagues. It's definitely an educational day for me today. Peekaboo. Hello. It's very hot in this tree. I thought I wanted to cuddle with the wife, but it's very hot. Isn't it amazing when you look at all of these birds that are monogamous and that do sort of have a partner for life? How do they know? I mean, with humans, it's fairly easy. We all look different and we all are unique in our own way. And of course, the animals are too. But what determines that uniqueness for another animal? Scent has obviously got a lot to do with it, but is it a certain call as well? It's incredible. All of these animals, they just know. Chirr. Ooh, we've got a noble duck. As I mentioned earlier, it was around and then it took off. Very rude. But I had a meeting with it. Unfortunately, I had to had to have a hearing for this bird. And apparently it's just not informed, you know, it never received the standard operating procedures. So I let it go. I said, it's fine, I'm going to let you off with a warning, but please, you have to give us warning when you are about to take off, especially when we go live. It's unacceptable. But this is a female. So the male knob-billed duck has literally got a huge knob on its bill. And they are stunning birds to photograph. It's actually one of my favorite birds to photograph, because if you are not familiar with them, please do go research them a little bit, or just have a look at some pictures. The actual coloration on the feathers is ridiculous. It's literally got like this blue, purple, turquoise, green coloration. Then it's also got a little bit of yellow. They are absolutely phenomenal. Don't you do it with, oh my goodness. You see? Now I'm going to have to take further steps. This bird and I had a discussion. It was serious to my knowledge. And it did it again. Just took off.
On April 27th, Wild Earth will be celebrating a very special birthday. It's our sweet 16. We want to celebrate you, our viewers who have been with us every step of the way.
I just appreciate you so much.
Send in your birthday wishes so we can include you in the celebrations.
Happy birthday, Wild Earth!
Video yourself saying happy birthday to Wild Earth with a short note and share them with us on birthday@wild.
Alrighty, we'll keep an eye on Djuma. For now, it's getting pretty busy again at Ukukuyo, so let's teleport over there again. It's like someone announced happy hour. Buy 2 sips of water and get your third free. Ladies do not pay entrance. Well, I don't know what the protocol is at this waterhole. You never know. You truly never know. But if you are just joining us, welcome. And thank you so much for spending your Sunday with us at Wild Earth on Escape to Nature. Currently we are at the beautiful Okukuya Waterhole in Namibia. And if you are not yet familiar with this voice, my name is Lisa and I'm the waterhole naturalist. Of course, keeping you posted with this waterhole as well as Gowrie Dam in Djuma. But if you are only joining us, you've missed quite a bit already. Rolf has had the beautiful elephant herd in Amakala with a tiny brand new baby. Nick is trying to show off today. He's had lions and buffalo and rhino, all of that in Kariga. And all of that up to now already. And then of course, you know, we have done some birding in Djuma. We've seen the brown-headed parrots, hornbill, knobble duck. And right now we are of course watching the general game in Okukuya, which is springbok. The one in the water entering now is the oryx. Then some zebras as well. Impalas. We've really had a beautiful day so far. And it is only 11 a.m. in Southern Africa. But as always, we are live. We are watching all of these beautiful creatures in real time. So if you do have any questions, comments, suggestions, we are just having a bit of a chat today. So I'm asking you some questions on some of the people at Wild Earth. But also, if you would like to tell me about your hobbies or really give me any comments or suggestions in general, you are welcome to do so. And you can, of course, do that by just registering, Lisa, goodness, on the app or on our website. And that way we would love to hear from you. Absolutely anything. Questions, comments, for myself, for Nick, for Rolf. Perhaps you want to know, is a zebra black with white stripes or white with black stripes? But we've already, between yesterday and today, I think we've really learned a lot. Even if you've just learned one new thing about the people working at Wild Earth, whether it's a naturalist, a camera op, a director, one of our tech teams. I think we have definitely made progress today. Yesterday I learned that Cedric plays the drums, he's a DJ. I learned that Nadine is Afrikaans. What else did I learn? I learned that Nick likes to swim with sharks. Crazy! I wonder if he does the actual cage diving or just freely swims with them. You never know. Each to their own. And today we've learned that Trishala is a professional belly dancer. She enjoys crocheting. Ben was a pizza chef. Can you believe it? I definitely think we should make a plan to go to Ben so he can make us all pizza. I vote yes. But then my last question to all of you. Chris loves making things at home. Some of those things are beer. What are some of the other foods that he enjoys making? There's also some clothing that he likes to make, or a piece of clothing, I should say, that you wear on the bottom half of your body. Patoink, patoink, patoink. Woo! Everybody calm down. You see, I always zoom out and then there's nothing happening. Perhaps there is. They may have heard some people making weird noises at the camp here just behind us. They may have smelled something. All right. Well, Nick is still trying to show off, and I'm going to send you over to Kariga so he can show you his lions again.
Okay, I've managed to re-find our lions here, and they have taken me through a serious mission. Some really tricky areas that they took me through, but they've come out of a deep valley onto another sort of ridge line far to the north of where they originally were. And in terms of their movements and their behavior, they've picked up on a herd of zebra, a dazzle of zebra, which is not too far away. And you can see, look at the intent that is being shown by them here. Those zebra have got no idea that they're here for the moment. Look at that paw raised in the air. They want to be as stealthy as possible. Those zebra are not far away. Look at that. The zebra are maybe only about 50 meters away. I can't see them, but when I was positioning the vehicle, I saw where they were. Look at the focus here. Okay, I've lost view of this male. I can't see the other male for the moment. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick in the area. I think they're definitely going to try and grab one of these zebra. I did see a very, very young foal. That was maybe only 3 weeks old, maybe a month old. But I'm keeping a careful ear out just to see if I can hear the sound of hooves running. You know, the zebras running, any type of alarm call, or even any type of struggle if these lions do manage to grab something. But I'll have to reposition to try and get another view. But obviously I'm going to be as sensitive as possible. I want to see what's happening, but I don't want to give the zebra advantage or the lions an advantage. So I'm going to distance myself just a little bit, and hopefully I can hear running. I can hear running. I can hear hooves running. There you go, there's zebras up here. There's the zebra. I didn't really get a good look to see how many individuals were there, but I'm going to reposition and see if they did manage to get anything. Exciting stuff, guys. Let's head across to Lisa and see what she's got.
Ooh, that was exhilarating. Nick will of course just try to reposition and relocate, see if anything happened there, but how exciting was that? It's literally 11 o'clock in the day and we see some lions on the move. You know, again, we must never say lions sleep most of the day. They are only active at night. They do not like moving around during the day. Animals do whatever they want, whether it's a male, a female, whether it's a lion, a rhino, an elephant, whatever they need to do in that moment, that is what they are going to do. But yes, we are still at this beautiful waterhole. I'm still just observing the different patterns and routines from the animals. And it's very interesting. This one particular impala, well, I say one particular, it could be a different one. But I think it is the same one. He's always by himself. So you'll see just off to the right, on the other side of the waterhole, there's an antelope. That is an impala ram, and he's always by himself. Perhaps just like some humans. Prefers being by himself. So, with regards to the question about Chris, I'm going to give you the answer. It's very interesting. So, Chris has got a few hobbies. He's a home beer brewer. He loves to make a lot of things. homemade vinegar, pickles, hams, etc. The list goes on and on. And then Chris also makes, well, he says amazing hats, and then he says, no, just kidding, I make terrible hats. So Chris actually does all of that, and I'm sure many of other things as well that you mentioned. Biltong, walking sticks. But how fascinating. I would never have guessed the vinegar and the hams and the hats. I would love to see some of Chris's hats. I think that would be very interesting. But keep your comments coming. I would love to hear, what do you do, or what is something that you want me to guess about you. Of course, this is a two-way relationship. We are on this journey together. So you are welcome to shoot through any questions or quizzes or comments to myself, Rolf, or Nick as well. Come on, elephants. Ooh, it looks like they are coming in. Finally, I was wondering, are you not coming today? These are not vultures, they are the Abdom storks, the seasonal migrators. So these birds, for those of you that do not by now know, they do follow rain, they do follow water. And they are waiting for insect outbreaks. So it'll be interesting to see how many of them come today. Generally, we see hundreds. Literally all flocking around this waterhole, being able to still share it with the rest of the animals. Just actually want to have another look-see to the sky. Ooh, just look at the sky, it's beautiful. If you took away the trees and the animals, you could literally almost think that we were at the ocean. This is the beach. We've got a beautiful clear sky. I'm going to continue to watch the abdomen stalks coming in. Hopefully when you come back to me, they are all here. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Ralph in Amakhala.
Well, we went looking for the lions, but it seems like they've headed into the thickets, and the temperature is sort of heated up quite nicely now, so we can pretty much gather that the lions have headed into the shade, and regardless of whether we find them or not, it's not going to be a very quality or high quality sighting. So we've decided we are going to spend the rest of the morning looking for everything and anything and nothing in particular. And we've happened across this lovely bachelor herd of waterbuck. But I think there's one female amongst them. Is it the one that's lying down there? Yes. So we've got a couple of youngsters, one adult bull, and then one female. So it's an unlikely group, but that's their decision to make, as well as some warthogs that are unusually relaxed with us being around. They seem to be rather skittish on the Amakhala Game Reserve, and we don't often get to watch them as they graze around. So it's nice that these guys are quite relaxed here. So some are feeding the waterbuck, some are ruminating, and it's that time of the day when there's a little bit of quiet ambling from the animals across the board. And I'm pretty sure that those lions will be in the shade sleeping. We haven't had any news from the 3 Amigo cheetah this morning. And next to our house last night, we did have some alarm calls from the mountain zebra that were grazing just near to us. So I thought that they might have made their way through the tunnel and back onto the main reserve, but there's no sign of them just yet. And I did check for tracks. I didn't see any signs that they have in fact moved through. So they could be anywhere now. And maybe we'll see if we can catch up with them later this afternoon. But I think the order of the day is wherever there is some action and some movement, that's where we're going to go. We don't often spend too much time with waterbuck, so it's nice that this herd is nice and relaxed just near to us. And that one bull that is there, he's got a lovely set of horns on him, and that very particular sort of forward curve in the horns, very unique to waterbuck. And the age-old saying that they were the first on Noah's Ark, and that's why they've got those white rings on their bums, because the toilet seat was still freshly painted when they got onto the boat and they went to the toilet first. There's obviously the more technical or scientific side of things where they do say that that forms part of their follow me signs, like with a lot of the other animals. And when you talk of follow me signs, it's right across the board with different animals. When you look at warthogs, they've got the little tuft of hair at the end of their tail, And when they run, they put their tails up. So they're generally shorter than the long grass, especially at this time of year. And so for the little piglets to be able to follow the adults, it's a nice, lovely sign for them to chase after, with that little pom-pom on the end of their tail. And then they chase after that. If you go to the bigger side of things with the animals, you look at giraffe, very white on the back of their ears, and that's one of the ways that they follow each other, even from a long distance. Excuse me. And then difference, or very contrasting, you look at lions, and they've got black behind their ears. So that's, they say, is their way of following each other. Red hartebeest, they've got very white bums as well. That's their way of sort of following in after each other, and you can spot them from a distance with that as well. With impala, if you can look at them, they've got that black stripes on their bum, and then they also utilize the metatarsal gland just above their toes on their back feet. And they flex that when they stot or run through the bush, and they say that it leaves a scent trail as one of the ways to follow, and also raising the very white flagged tail that they then can spot. Kudu also do the same. It seems like the animals that are more in the thickets have that sort of white raised tail. They use as a kind of flag. And then springbok, they also have a similar sort of white tail, but they also have that little pouch above the tail as well, where previously people thought that they were actually belonged to the marsupials. And that's why their Latin name is Antidorcus marsupialis, because of that pouch on the back end or just above the tail. So all the animals seem to have some kind of method of being able to follow each other, and it's all species specific for all of them. You can hear some red-faced mouse birds just calling. We're next to a water hole, and so there's quite a few animals and maybe a couple of the birds coming down to drink as well. The red-faced mouse birds, very particular. We can hear them just off to our left. Cooperative breeders, so nice big family units, as you'd find with oxpeckers per se, red-billed woodhoopoes, or the green woodhoopoes as they call them now.
Sorry about that. We'll get Rolf back as soon as we can with his waterbuck. Aren't they fascinating creatures? I love them. For me personally, it's one of my favorite antelope. I think they are very interesting to observe. I think it's incredible how they are in fact able to at times actually evade predators by using those different defense mechanisms. But we've got all of our animals still. We've only got a little bit of Abdom stalk, so I'm a little bit disappointed. But good news, Nick has found his lions again, so I'm quickly going to send you back over to Nick.
Okay guys, I have managed to re-find the lions and they have been successful. So just for everybody that is watching, this is more than likely going to be a little bit more of a sensitive scene, so if anybody is a bit squirmish, this might not be for you. But as for the lions, it's incredible news. They have managed to grab that little zebra foal that I was talking about, that one that's literally a month old. So I saw the dominant male, he had it while it was still alive, and then the second male came and joined them, and they ran off into some thick bush. And it's been so tough to actually try and get a view of these lions, to find them in and amongst the bush. A lot of turning. Remember, it's Albany thick, it's very dense here. So I have managed to finally get them, and there's a lot of sort of squabbling, there's a lot of growling that's going on, and I know we can't see all too well for now, but there's a good chance that they're going to shift position again as they're fighting over this carcass. So I'm going to keep my voice down a little bit and allow you to try and hear all of the growling that is going on between the two of them. So we've got this one small shrub in the way here. It's hard to tell from this angle who's the dominant male, who's the not so dominant male. It seems that the one on the right hand side is doing a lot more feeding, and the one on the left is kind of clamping down a lot more. So I would maybe say from here that the dominant male might be the one on the left. Maybe he's got that throat area. But this is absolutely incredible. I didn't see the actual takedown, but I saw the herd of zebra. We heard the hoofbeats of the zebra running. And unfortunately for this small one, it's not its day. And for me, this is the first time that I've seen these lions successful in any type of hunt. You know, it's one thing trying or actually seeing a lion on a carcass, but this is my first time I've seen these two being successful on a hunt. I'm not too sure if you can hear a zebra calling in the background. They're alarm calling all over the place. This is absolutely incredible stuff. To be able to witness a live hunt like this, there's not too many people that get to witness that. And bear in mind, for these lions, this is a good day for them as well. It's not like when lions decide to go hunting that they're successful. Remember, probably the success rate is around 40% or so, and it's tough, it's difficult. So I followed these lions coming all the way up that steep valley. They were quite out of breath. I think they were looking to come to one of the next open clearings, and kind of between where they were walking and that clearing, they came across the zebra. And remember, lions and all predators are opportunistic. So they weren't essentially heading out hunting. They were more on a territorial patrol than anything. And they obviously saw this young zebra and took their opportunity. But I think what I might do is reposition, just try and get us a little bit of a better visual. And once I do, we'll hopefully come back here. But for now, let's take you across the Rov.
So while Nick repositions, and fantastic that he has probably the first kill on Kariga, although maybe you didn't get to see it live. It's quite a logistical different location going on at Kariga with him. I know from personal experience you don't have a camera operator, so to change location and to move around is not as easy as it might seem. So well done, Nick, and well done on getting that amazing sighting. I'm very jealous. So I thought in giving him the best sighting there, we are watching South Africa's favorite bird, the Hadedah. And yes, well, there's lots of them here, and they made a lot of noise just now, but they went down and just roosted on that tree next to a waterhole. But if you are South African, you do know that these guys, they keep us awake. They generally call when you're on a phone call, particularly so when you're speaking to people of high importance. And so that's why we love them so much. No sarcasm intended. And they love roosting in flocks in trees, and towards sunset they can make a very rowdy racket and a very particular call that is not close to any other bird. They cannot be mistaken for another bird, and if you're a South African, you will know exactly what bird we're looking at. And they do have a very interesting sensory pits along the tips of their bills, which enable them to locate worms and insects just below the surface of the soil. And very often after rains, you'll find them in the back garden, sort of probing in the ground. And they leave very interesting tracks once they've left. And you can walk in the garden and it almost looks like somebody's taken a spike and just pushed it all over the place. It does also form very good aeration of the soil, particularly if it's kind of clay soils that very easily get anaerobic. So they do actually have some kind of function, except for irritating people at the most unlikely of times. They're also monogamous. They form very strong bonds with a single partner. Timothy, absolutely. The most loud bird in South Africa. I cannot think of another bird that is louder than them. They always make their presence known, and they also like sitting on alternative rooftops and shouting at each other. And I've seen a lovely video online of somebody that wanted to show how you can wake up a neighborhood with a small cocktail tomato. And just that. And that's when they're in a tree like that, you throw the small cocktail tomato at them, and then they fly up with the usual noisy racket, and the entire neighborhood is, as a result, awake. So you can indeed wake up the neighborhood with a cocktail tomato. So, but yes, they do have some interesting facts about them, and most particularly useful, I think, in aerating your lawn. That's, I think, probably the only thing that we can say that we find use in them. Otherwise, pretty much irritating. But they all form part of the local wildlife, and it's quite crazy to think that if you do immigrate and go to other countries, I've spoken to a lot of people, and they actually tell me that they miss them. I didn't think that it was possible. Now, Paul, if you, we might just lose sight of it, but there is a little Hammerkop walking down by the water, but he's going to go out of sight. He's a bit camera shy, so sorry for pointing you in the direction of something that is now gone. But anyway, back to our Hadedahs. They also do have a kind of sheen on their wings as well, so they can look quite pretty sometimes. But what's even more interesting, I would say, after that little fun facts of Hadedah ibis, are lions.
Okay, so while I was trying to reposition, these two males did have a little squabble amongst each other, and they shifted position, and in the process, each of them tugging from each end. Zebra males have now separated from each other. They've each got a portion of the carcass. Oh, he's obviously finished his bit, and off he goes back to the other male. Don't know if you can hear all of that growling. So it is very thick. So I apologize for some of the poor visuals, but this is really just absolutely incredible listening to all the sounds. Wow. And I'll tell you what, it's harder than it seems to try and get this vehicle into a position of where we can get a view. And that zebra, like I talked about, it was tiny. It wasn't older than a month. So it's not going to keep these males going for too long. And obviously now as this male's finished his portion of the carcass and he got up and he walked in the direction of the other male, that other male obviously heard him getting up, and that growling is saying, hey, don't come closer, this is my food, I will fight you for it. But a success story for these males. I mean, that's absolutely incredible for them that they've managed to secure a carcass. But for now, I think let's take you back across to Lisa and Juma.
Thank you, Nick, and well done on that. I don't really know how to feel. I know it's the circle of life, but whew, it's never fun watching that. But yes, we do know that it has to happen. Everyone has to eat. Everyone has a right to eat. We've also got a little one here, a tiny Nyala. Just like we saw our tiny waterbuck this morning, we've now got a baby Nyala. Just look at it. Almost can't see over the grass. So this is generally, for the most part, also a fairly common antelope in Africa. And these are the females. The males have horns. They've got a completely different look. They are very shaggy with regards to the actual coats. But in terms of coloration, they've got a darker coat as well. They are, as I say, much more shaggy. They've got more prominent white at the bottom of the legs. So these are all ladies. They are out for Sunday lunch. Thelma has brought her little one. First time showing all of her friends and introducing the baby. But in Nyala, I'm sure many of you know this, Nyala is actually referring to a Shangaan word which means onion. And that is due to the white rings that they have on them. Oof, just look at them disappearing that quickly. Goodness. Very rude. You must obviously not have witnessed my interaction and altercation with a noble duck. I will see you after the show. We will discuss all of this. It's not acceptable. Alrighty, we're going to send you back to Nick so we can see what's happening with those lions.
Okay, we've managed to get a semi-decent view here. And this looks like the non-dominant male that we're watching here. So right up against the edge of the thicket there, but we've got ourselves a nice open area. And from the vehicle, he's probably only around sort of 5 meters, so you can really hear all of the crunching. Wow. So you could clearly see there that that was a little zebra foal leg. You see the minute he got up and went to grab that leg, how there was a lot of growling from the other male. So his brother is on the other side of where we're looking at this male, maybe about 15-20 meters away or so, in the closest thicket down there. And it Might not be the easiest view, but I tell you what, it's absolutely amazing to listen to the sheer power of that low growl. You can really hear the cracking of a lot of those bones there. As that zebra was quite young, they'll still be forming, they'll still be developing. And just a reminder, if you have just joined us, we might have one or two more sensitive bits here with the little zebra legs and things. Lucy, this is absolutely incredible. This is a spectacle of nature to watch. In terms of being nervous, no. So remember, I'm in the vehicle. The lions are quite comfortable with the shape of the vehicle. Just as long as I'm not outside the vehicle, it's fine. You know, at the moment, they're so focused on their carcass, they're not really worried about me. You can hear I'm keeping my voice down a little bit. You know, obviously we want to hear the noises and interactions that are going on, but also not to disrupt these lions in any way. But in the vehicle here, I'm perfectly safe. You know, even for us working and living out in the bush here, it's tough to witness something like this. You know, you've got to have a degree of luck on your side. You know, we follow these animals largely for most days. And if you think about on average, it's not like a lion like this is eating every day. He's probably on average eating every sort of 4th day or so. And the majority of the time feeding at night time. You know, time when obviously we can't film too easily. So to be able to follow him throughout the course of the morning like we have has been absolutely incredible. And then to be lucky enough to see this is amazing. So no, I'm not nervous at all. This is just an absolute privilege to be able to watch, to be able to witness. Unfortunate day for the zebras, but unfortunately that's how things work out here. Everybody's got to feed, everybody's got to eat. So we saw the body language and the positioning of that male before he did run, and we saw how his whole body was tensed. You could see the focus, and you see he had spotted the zebra, and it's not like he automatically ran at them. It's exactly what we talked about earlier this morning. He looked at every individual in that dazzle. Were there any old ones? Were there any sick ones? Were there any younger ones that are maybe easier to catch? And that's obviously when he saw that foal, that's where he targeted. That's where all of his focus went from there. So it's not like lions run, and while they're running at a herd of zebra, a dazzle of zebra, they think, all right, that looks like a good one. No, they've got their plan. They know exactly what they're doing. And it was so interesting to see when I was repositioning after the actual chase. I couldn't find the dominant male. I found this one that we're watching, who is the subordinate male, and he couldn't find his brother. So I was in the same basket as him, and I thought, let me stick with this male, because he's got a better chance of finding his brother than I do. You know, if his brother's tucked in the thickets, he'll pick him up by the crunching of the bones or by scent. So I was following this male, and then he stopped to listen, so I switched my vehicle off, and there was some contact calling from this male, and his brother didn't respond. So automatically I thought, there we go, that's a successful hunt. Because remember, they've got a young zebra, so with that non-response from that contact call, he didn't want his brother to know that he's got a carcass. He wants all of it to himself. If he hadn't been successful, that very low contact call, he would have responded to that and said, here we go, here I am. But we didn't see any of that. I didn't hear any of that. You know, also to give this male the best chance of trying to find his brother if he did have a carcass. I didn't want to be driving around up and down, making a noise with the vehicle and things like that. You can see already it looks like there's a flower or two that's starting to gather. Paulie, that's a good question. So there's at the time when I was following this male, trying to look for the second male, this male was doing a few loops. He was walking around trying to visually find where is his brother. And in the process of doing that, he actually spotted the herd of zebra again, because that herd of zebra would have heard the struggles of that youngster, and they came back to the area to actually have a look and see what's happening. You know, are there any chances that they could help their youngster? And then this male actually launched another attack at that dazzle, and they ran off from there. So they have now scattered. They have gone back into the middle of that open area. Remember where we are. We're in a dense thicket on the outskirts of a big open area. So that herd of zebra, they've now realized that unfortunately there's nothing that they can do for that foal. They did come back. The mother came back with the rest of the dazzle to try and help, but they have since retreated back into the middle of the open area. Obviously nice and safe there. They've got a good point of view to scan around everywhere and see if any potential threats like these lions are coming. You know, in these thickets here, it's too dense, it's too thick for them to actually be safe. And then obviously this whole thing has just freaked the herd out. That's why every now and then in the background we're hearing that characteristic call of the zebra. You know, you can imagine the mother must be distraught. So still lots of crunching going on, the cracking of bones. You know, they're going to be eating everything. They're going to be flipping the carcass over. So I'm sure we should still hear quite a lot of crunching going on. It's amazing how quickly the flies have picked up on this. So we might see the tail of this lion flicking every now and then, trying to get rid of those flies. And it's going to be so interesting to see what actually happens from here, because it's not like there's a whole lot of meat to go around. And at some point in time, one of the two brothers is going to finish feeding, and he's going to go to the other one to see if anything happens. You know, if he can get a little bit more food. And what I'm hoping is that the other male that we can't see will approach this one. I've got a clear view in terms of where he is if he approaches us, and we'll be able to see some amazing interaction, a lot of growling between the two then. See him flicking his head there for the flies. Wow, listen to that crunching. Gene, no, fight over food is not going to end the coalition. Here we go. Here comes the other male. Let's have a look and see what happens. There is naturally going to be a bit of fighting, a bit of squabbling amongst the two. But a fight between them wouldn't end the bond between the two of them. Okay, so that other male's obviously finished his little tidbit. He's now going to where we were last with this male, where he last had that little tidbit. So it's just a matter of time before he does come back, I reckon, and try and see if there are any remnants of the carcass that he can take from his brother here. Here we go. Let's listen to see if there's any growling that we can hear as he gets closer. I can see that other male has just managed to find maybe a small bit of a bone that he's just chewing on, but he's right on the edge of the thicket, so let's stick with this male here. And I am zoomed out as much as possible, so if anybody's wondering why I'm so tight in here, I can't maneuver my vehicle further back because it is so thick here. That open spot of where we saw the male walking, that was incredible. I mean, this is literally the only open area in this whole thicket here. I was quite surprised when that male started walking towards us, how this one that we were watching closest to the vehicle, didn't really hear too much growling from him. Adam, glad we could make the magic happen for you. We really have had an incredible day here today. And I feel like it's been so nice in terms of the quality of sightings that we've had as well. You know, quality buffalo, quality rhino, and to be able to spend the past, 3 hours or so with these lions, from kind of going side by side next to each other, patrolling along the road. Wow. So he's now walking off to where his brother had the carcass inside the bush there. And it is a tough view here. I apologize everyone for the sticks and the branches in the foreground here. I would say his brother's more than likely going to come back towards him soon enough. He's probably sniffing around where his brother had his little portion of the carcass. And this looks like it might be the last bit left. And we could hear all of that growling going on. Remember, this is the dominant male here that we're watching right now, so he's not going to want to give up any part of his carcass. Wow. So I'm going to have a look and see if this brother doesn't pop out in this little gap here. He's just in this thicket for the moment. Kind of pushing through this thicket. Veronica, 100%, the sounds are amazing. And you can just hear the sheer power from these animals. You can see how this male, he doesn't have anything to feed on there. He's maybe going to lick his paws a little bit. I'm sure there's bits of blood that's caught on there. And you can see even on his face, he's got little tinges of red on his face there from the blood. You can see now how he's starting to pant heavily. Remember, it's a combination of him walking up that steep hill, and also he's now fed on the bits of the carcass that he had as fast as possible. He didn't want to give his brother any of that, you know, and obviously he's eaten it as much as possible, as fast as possible. I've got my hand on the trigger of the tripod. I'm ready to move it across. I'm half expecting this male to get up, go towards his brother, just see if he can't try his luck. And maybe we see an amazing interaction between the two of them. Regina, not for very long. This was a tiny little zebra foal that they managed to get, not even older than a month. When I saw it, I thought, wow, that's a very late born zebra. So I would say this meal will probably keep them going for a day or two. I mean, it's more of a snack than actually a meal. You know, if you think of the size of each of these males, they're weighing around sort of 220, 240 maybe. They're big males, they're solid. So this is really just a small snack. Something like a big fully grown zebra or a big wildebeest or something like that would really keep them going. And remember, they weren't really hunting. They were more on a bit of a territorial patrol. They saw these zebra, they took their opportunity. Because remember, for a lion, they don't know when their next meal is going to be. Even if they do set off on an active hunt hoping to get something, the vast majority of the time, they're actually not successful. So they've got to take their opportunities when they find them, and that's exactly what they've done here, and it's so good to see. And in terms of the directions that they came from when they were hunting these zebra, they came from 2 different directions, which is good, which is amazing. And quite normal for the one who did manage to actually physically grab the zebra to not let his brother know. It's possible there that he's getting a little bit of fur from the zebra that he's spitting out. Starbuck as a duo, 100%, you would think it would be in their interest, but instinctively, lions do not share. You know, it's just really not built into them. So there will always naturally be a lot of fighting, a lot of squabbling between the 2 of them. This male's now standing 2.5, 3 meters away from his brother, just watching. If he takes a step forward, we should hear a lot of growling. You can even see on his shoulder he's got a little wound or 2 there. You can see on the side of his body he does have a scratch or 2. Obviously they've been walking through some dense thickets. Wow. That's exactly the interaction that I was talking about. He just got too close there. Wow, that was amazing to see. And remember now, in circumstances like this, when males are fighting with each other around the carcass, that's where that big thick mane becomes very useful. You can imagine with all of the swatting and things which are largely directed at the head area, that big thick mane is going to protect the neck from serious blows. Both in circumstances like this, as well as when males fight with each other for dominance in terms of taking over new territories and things like that. So I would say now that the rest of the carcass must be finished. Both of our males really moving around, sniffing quite a lot. Okay, so they've now shifted positions completely. So really now there's going to be tidbits left. Maybe a piece of skin here and there. Maybe a little bone to crack. feel like we've been incredibly lucky to get the view that we have. You know, when I first initially saw them, that they did have that zebra, the two of them had a big scrum with each other, fighting and running off into the bush. And I thought, no, we're not going to be able to get a view. And I actually stopped to listen to see where exactly they had stopped. And a lot of growling still continued, and I think it's just been an absolutely incredible day. You can see when this male turns around in his right eye how he does have a scar just beneath his eye, and that's obviously from previous feeding sessions where the two brothers have got into a little bit of a squabble. See how now they're very content to be standing side by side next to each other. The carcass is done, there's no real reason to be fighting with each other. I wouldn't be surprised if soon enough we actually see them grooming each other. Joes, there is a potential chance that they might look for a little bit of water. I think the first sort of port of call would be probably to clean themselves up, to lick all of the blood off of their paws. But the Kariga River is not too far away from where we are here. And it looks like both of these males have moved off now. So, Joes, maybe you're right. Maybe they are heading to a bit of water. But that was incredible interaction to watch. Yes, please. I think I'm going to maneuver my way through these thickets here, try to get back to that open area. I'm sure they're going to be heading back in that direction. That's the rough area that they've headed into. But I'm so glad that we could bring that live action to you guys. What a Sunday. But for now, I think let's head to Djuma with Lisa.
Thank you, Nick. Woo! What an eventful morning you are having. That really is something. Gosh, my boyfriend was actually also watching Escape to Nature and he told me, listen, I'm sorry, but I can't watch that. I know it's nature and I understand all of that, but I don't enjoy that. And it really is, you know, we don't, as naturalists, as wildlife enthusiasts, you don't ever become desensitized and just think, oh, well, it's always sad to see a life ending. But yes, we do know it's part of the circle of life, much like the circle on the bottom of these waterbuck. 3 beautiful males we've got around, 2 in frame right now. And how majestic are they? I'm rather surprised at the activity we are having. Of course, we've had the nyalas, the waterbuck, and it's fairly hot today, so it's rather interesting that the animals are active and moving around, which we are not for 1 second complaining about. But our wonderful Zumi and I are just keeping our fingers crossed. Perhaps we'll have a herd of elephants that come out and have a good swim or a sip of water. That really would be interesting. But I mean, after the day we've already had, we can't really make demands. We've seen some incredible things today. From lions to rhinos to elephants with a brand new baby, to all of the animals that we've seen in Okokoyo. It really has been a beautiful day. And of course, we could not have done it without any of you. Not just being viewers and enjoying all of this with us, but sending through your questions and your comments and everything else. We really appreciate it so much. But remember, we are live And of course, as we are watching all of these wonderful creatures, all of this is happening in real time, so please do get in touch with us. Perhaps you have a question about Waterbuck, or about Gowrie Dam, or about Djuma, or really about any of the naturalists or locations. You are welcome to send those through to us. We love hearing from you. If you are watching on the app or on the website, you can always just register. Otherwise, if you follow us on YouTube, just make sure to subscribe, and that way you can also just stay updated with everything happening.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
So today and yesterday we have been chatting a little bit about, did you know? Some interesting things about some of the people that work at Wild Earth. I do apologize if I've left anyone out up till now. Of course, we only have so much time. I could have done everyone, but then you wouldn't have seen all of the amazing things that we have yesterday and today with Rolf, Cedric and Nick, of course. But speaking of Rolf, I want to share something very, very personal and deep with you that he shared with me this morning. And I do want to give you a disclaimer. If you are a person that gets teared up very easily, you're going to need a tissue for this one, because I nearly teared up with this one. And also, I do have Rolf's permission to share this. It's very personal. I wouldn't even know how to start quizzing you on this one because it's just mind-blowing. But something no one knows about Rolf is that his son Noah was diagnosed with autism when he was 3. So Rolf walked from Port Edward to Port Alfred, which is easily over 600 kilometers, to raise funds for his treatment. And then under lockdown, Rolf actually self-trained in amateur mycology, and he's begun growing lion's mane, cordyceps, mushrooms to self-treat the little guy, his son. How incredible is that? Again, it's a very personal thing. I know we've shared a lot with you, and yesterday as well with regards to, you know, some of the interesting things about naturalists, but I really wanted to end off with this one because this really, I literally teared up when he sent me this message, and it's really incredible. It just goes to show that never judge a book by its cover. Never ever. You never know what's happening in someone's life, what their circumstances and past and everything else is. So Rolf, I really want to commend you for this today. That is absolutely incredible. I hope your little guy is doing well and that he's okay. But I just, this is absolutely incredible. Over 600 kilometers that this selfless father walked, you know, just like with all of these animals that we see, the sacrifices that the parents make for the little ones when it comes to evading predators, when it comes to keeping them safe, when it comes to actually being sure that there's enough water and food around for them, that the area they are in is safe enough for them to not just survive in but thrive in. Absolutely amazing. And of course, what would Escape to Nature with me be without a a preachy moment? But yes, I just wanted to share that with you. And again, I did have, that was coming from Rolf personally. I asked all of the naturalists, what can you tell me that no one knows about you, that you don't mind sharing? And yes, that is what Rolf shared with us today. And just absolutely amazing. And the fact that he self-taught himself, you know, to sort of grow mushrooms now to help with the treatment. Absolutely incredible. But we are still in Djuma, as you can see, looking around for for some animals. And I wanted to end off with Rolf as well, you know, with regards to all of the quizzes and everything. Just also that we can spend the last bit of Escape to Nature so that you guys can tell me what are some of your hobbies. What are some of the things that we might not know about you? Perhaps your occupation, your hobbies, how many children you have. Monique, good afternoon. So good hearing from you. You're saying you already thought he was great. This just solidifies it. Jared, please can we send that message to Rolf as well? It really is. I've luckily had time to process it, so I'm not as emotional anymore as I was when he initially told me, but it's just incredible, you know, when you look at parents in general, the sacrifice, the selflessness that they make and have to go through. For me personally as well, you know, as a toddler, my father was a professional action cricket player, and there was a lot of history and things involved that happened with all of that. But then eventually my father had to make the sacrifice to give up his action cricket arena and to be able to support me. And again, that just reminded me of Rolf's story and something that we don't know about each other. You never know the struggle that someone else is going through. You never know what's happening in someone else's life. For me, this has been such an educational 2 days. I've learned so much about my colleagues. But as I say, I would love to learn about you as well. What is something that we might not know about you? I love when we also do the where are you from? I literally just learned that one of our frequent Zoomies, who is currently helping us out on the Djuma Dam Cam, is Dutch. I had no idea. It just goes to show we must make way more time just to connect with one another. We think we are connected because of technology. And luckily we do have technology, you know, to connect us right now, to be able to watch these animals virtually. But we must definitely make more of an effort. Alrighty, I'm going to send you back to Nick so we can see what's happening with those two beautiful lions.
Okay, so our lions have moved off slightly from the area of where the carcass was. They found themselves a nice shady spot here. And there's just been a little bit of grooming going on, cleaning those paws, even cleaning up their face a little bit. And both of them have settled down. The second male's just to the left-hand side of the one that we're watching. And we were kind of talking about disagreements between the two. Yes, there was a lot of growling, quite a bit of squabbling going on between the two of them when they did have the carcass. But now that it's finished, they're happy campers. The bond is solid between them. They haven't physically groomed each other. But this is quite normal. You can see how he's really panting and he's breathing quite hard now. So remember, eating all of that meat now, his body temperature has been increased as he tries to digest all of that food. Bit of a breeze starting to pick up as well. You can see his mane starting to get blown around in the wind a little bit. I'm sure they're actually quite happy with that breeze, helping to keep them cool. See that deep panting going on there. It'll be interesting to see where they head off to now. If they do go for a little bit of a drink. So that is the dominant male that we've just seen walking off. There's a very nice shady spot that he's heading towards. So it might be possible that he's going to flop down there. But if he does continue to move, we should see this one heading across to join him. Erica, you reckon they're a little out of shape, huh? No, it's very normal for lions. Even leopard would do this, would be panting very heavily after eating. Must keep in mind that they've now eaten as fast as they can. It's not like they took their time and ate slowly, took a break, then went back and ate a bit more. They ate as fast as they could. And I know we couldn't bring it to you live, but they did walk a huge distance from where we first saw them, and not across a flat gradient, very steep slopes as well, through dense thick areas. I mean, that would have added to the fact that I saw them before they actually gave chase after that fall. They were already panting quite heavily. I think the combination of that, yeah, 100%, it does look like it's definitely taken its toll on them. And you can see he's found himself a nice shady spot here. Got his eyes closed a little bit, panting away. Look at the movement of the mane just beneath his chin there. Trying to sort those flies out. I feel like flies are an ever-present problem for lions. Not just males, also for females. It seems like I've never been to East Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, but it seems like from all of the pictures and the footage and things that I've seen coming out of that area, that the lions are constantly covered in flies there. I mean, there's always going to be one or two flies around the lions here, but I feel like they've got it easy compared to those lions in East Africa. But I think it looks like a lot of the action's starting to settle down now. Our lion's looking to rest up in the shade of a tree. I think for now, let's take you across to Djuma with Lisa.
Look! We've got elephants! Our Zoomy did it. Manifested some elephants for us. Now we will have a look-see as to how many it is and what they will be doing. As you can see, the one Heffalumpi is already a little bit wet. So I don't know where you got your water from, but you better still make use of Gowrie Dam, else there'll be trouble. So far, if I'm not mistaken, we've only seen 2. But yes, you can see they are very actively feeding, getting their salad party on for a Sunday. I mean, it's Sunday. You guys can cheat a little bit. Have a flower or berry or something. Grass is very boring for Sunday, but all right. If it makes you happy, you do you. As long as you guys are happy, then we are happy with you. But of course, we are currently in Gowrie, or in Djuma at Gowrie Dam, which is just in front of our headquarters here in Djuma. Oh yes, there's another elephant. Did you see that trunk? Wait for it. Look, it's another elephant. I can't believe it. I mean, yes, it's a it's a normal thing that can happen, but I honestly did not think it will be possible today. Possible, but not probable. Let's rather go with that. But you never know. Hopefully this is a big herd and the rest will start emerging soon. Oh, hi, little one. Yes, because you are not very big. So surely you must have some more members in this group of yours. But you can see definitely very hot, not only from the actual heat glaze that we can see, but also the flappity flap from the elephants, trying to circulate that blood through the ears that gets dispersed throughout the body, and then that will of course cool them off. Nance, you are telling us that you are Dutch. I knew that one. But thank you for sharing, Nance. What are some of your hobbies? What do you enjoy doing? What is something else we might not know about you? Oh, look, we've got the Nyala bull as well. Everyone is just showing up right now. Monique, you are saying when you're not watching Wild Earth or working, you're listening to music. Music is as much part of your soul as writing and animals are. Amen on this Sunday. I definitely agree with that one. I'm also a music addict. Love it. And writing. Monique, I think you and I should go have coffee when I come to Australia one day. It might be in 10 years or 20 years, but we'll do it. But thank you for that. And just like Monique and Nance, please tell me something about yourself. I know us naturalists are always babbling on about what we do and what we've seen and what we are capable of, etc., etc. But we would love to hear from you as well. What are some of your hobbies? What is something we might not know about you? Perhaps you've never told us where you're from. People, embrace it. One of these days we will not be hearing this anymore. Embrace and appreciate it while we have the opportunity. Oh, you got an itchy ear. We'll just wait for them, be patient. They'll come out from behind the bushes in just a little bit, hopefully. Now, between myself, Rolf, and Nick, we just have to manifest a leopard. And then we literally would have seen all of the big five on Escape to Nature, which is not something that happens often. And of course, you know, that's never the only sole focus that one should have when you are in the bush, whether it's Djuma, Kariga, Amakala, or Kukuyo. But we've just been lucky today. It's just been one of those wonderful days where we have seen a lot of animals. And, oh, sorry about that. We will get them in focus. Hannah, you are saying that the heat is radiating off these alleys. It really is. You literally can see the glare on the dam cam. It really is very hot. Yes, there's a little bit of a breeze. But I don't think that's really doing anything for them right now. So hopefully everyone, cross your fingers, cross your legs. If you can, braid your hair. Do whatever you need to. Braid your horse's tail. Catherine, please. Do everything you can. Hold thumbs. Hopefully they come to swim. But even if they don't, you know, it's wonderful to be seeing them. I personally was losing a little bit of hope. Not because I don't believe in them, but just because I eventually thought, you know what? We have seen so many animals today all over. Myself, Nick, Rolf. It's been a brilliant day. But hopefully they'll come down to Gowrie Dam for an actual swim after they salad. However, I don't know if your mother told you this, elephant. You're not supposed to eat right before you swim. So please just don't eat too much. We don't want you sinking. Goodness, what is swinking, Lisa? I think I was going for swimming and sinking, and then it came to swinking. Aniki Steenkamp, you would like to know, is it true that baby elephants stand within 20 minutes of birth? Yes. I mean, as soon as they are born, mom will start cleaning them. Don't get me wrong, it can take much longer, depending on the dynamic of the group, depending on the circumstances and everything. But they do struggle. It's very difficult for a baby elephant, walking with these big ears and this thing on my face and these big heavy legs. I don't know what to do with them. But yes, animals are incredible. I mean, if you look at all of these animals, rhinos, elephants, zebras, impalas, how quickly they can adapt in that situation. And we literally just lost, oh no, there's one elephant flapping. I thought, how did we literally just lose 3 elephants? But yes, Aniki, I've got a question for you. Are you an arts teacher in South Africa? My arts teacher in high school was Aniki Steenkamp, so that would be very funny if that's you. But yes, it's possible. It's not always the case, though. I do want to stress that. Of course, mom has to clean the baby first, and then if the baby is fine, she'll sort of help it, but very wobbly. Much like other baby animals, very wobbly, still has to become sort of confident on the legs. I'm very fascinated by this. It's just 3 elephants. I haven't heard any other. Welcome to Gary Dam at Djuma. How may we help you today? Oh, an elephant? Would you like a small, medium, or a large elephant? All 3? Alrighty then, we'll give you all 3. Just 3, but that's fine. It literally is like a small, medium, and large. Interesting dynamic. Perhaps the rest of the herd is just off into the bush. And elephants can do that, they can sort of split up. And then they can still hear each other phenomenally. Elephants are very good communicators, as are all of the other animals. But they, of course, do that low rumble, which is even inaudible to all of us. Oh, just look at that tiny one. Excuse me. It seems like a long way to walk around you, so I'm just going to go underneath you. Sorry, pardon me. Alrighty, well Nick, we've seen your lions, we raised you some elephants. What do you have for us now?
Okay, our lions are getting comfy. Finding themselves some nice, shady, cool spots. You can actually see, if you look carefully behind this male that we can see, right in the depths of that bush there in the shadows, his brother is wedged himself deep inside there. And I think the agenda for the rest of the day for these lions: sleep. They've done their hard yards, they've been on a territorial patrol. They've got some food in their bellies, not all too much, but they do have some food. And I'm sure once we give them a bit of time, we'll probably start to see them flopping over onto their sides. You can see this male starting to close his eyes, he's panting away. He is feeling the heat. In terms of the closest water source, it's not too far away from here. So I mean, if they did want to go for a little bit of a drink, they wouldn't have to trek too far. Remember, they would have got a little bit of fluid from the blood of that zebra. You look at something like cheetahs, in very dry, very arid areas, they're able to exist almost exclusively, if needs be, on the blood of their prey species. But I mean, obviously, if there is surface water available Those cheetah will have a drink. These lions would have a drink. So I think for now they're really just trying to cool down, calm down from all of the excitement. And this is a perfectly good shady spot, solid shade. It's not like it's dappled shade. Doesn't get much better than this. Nice long grasses to lie on there. You can see the grasses in the foreground being blown around by the wind. There's a little bit of a breeze to help cool them down. An absolutely incredible morning. I mean, it's not like we could have scripted this and, you know, couldn't have been any better. And if you think about timing of when you're moving through the bush, you know, I guess timing is everything. If we had gone for those lions maybe 20 minutes later, we would never probably have found them, because the area where they went through is impossible to try and drive there. You know, I was having to loop around on other roads and try and guess which game trail they're going to head through. And the areas of where they walked was very rocky, very shaly, so almost impossible to track on. So if we'd initially headed across to where we thought they could be 20 minutes later, we would have never have seen any of the action that we've seen this morning. Well, there's the brother at the back. He has just flopped down, just like we thought would happen. So I'd say really a matter of time now before this male potentially flops down as well. Can't ask too much of them. I mean, we've seen an incredible amount of activity, and lions are known for their sleeping patterns. And shame, I mean, this is a scenario when that mane, that thick mane, definitely isn't beneficial. You know, they're trying to stay as cool as possible, and that's only going to be retaining a lot of the heat that they have. You think of a lioness without that mane, it's going to be able to cool down a lot faster and a lot more efficiently than what these males are able to do. I think while it looks like these males are looking to settle up in this little patch of shade, let's take you across to Rolf, who's got a nice herd of wildebeest.
Sorry about that. We will get Rolf and his wildebeest back as soon as we can. Did you see how they were all looking at us? They seemed very offended. As you can see, things have calmed down significantly here at Okukoyo. We do, however, have more Abden stalks, so that is something. Definitely something. But remember to stay in touch with us. I would love to learn more about all of you. I've given you all of the juicy intel on some of the people at Wild Earth. I'll see if I can actually get some more. Then we can do this again another weekend or another day. What a peaceful day. Imagine we just had camping chairs, sat with these animals. We were able to just spend some time with them. I had such a giggle last night at Tessa and Ben, who of course were hosting the fireside chats. And Mulwati was somewhere around camp. It's always exhilarating. They almost sound like frogs, these crows. Alrighty, but our elephants are still sticking around in Juma, so let's quickly try to catch them before they disappear. They're still around. The small, medium and large elephant. We did not see them going to Gowrie Dam, so I'm not sure where they got wet and had a quick splash. Hopefully they stick around and they actually go for a full-on swim. That would be brilliant. I mean, if they don't, I definitely will. But you're going the wrong way. No. Turn left. Make a U-turn. Make a U-turn. Make a U-turn! Elephants, you are not listening to the GPS. Are you considering it? No? Yes? No. I tried. Well, that is fine. Our Zoomy did actually spot a squirrel on the dam cam as well that was feeding on a marula. But I have to say, what was very impressive is they called it right before we could even see anything. Elephants, please, just come this way. I understand if you want to take the scenic route. But, Tadiwa! I think we have elephants in Okukuyo, but they are still far away, so we will admire these ones. There's a lot happening right now. I don't know where to look. Whew, all right. While I gather my thoughts and my animals and my elephants, I'm going to send you back over to Rolf so we can see what's happening with those offended wildebeests.
Yes, so as I was saying earlier, must congratulate Nick on that wonderful sighting with the lions and with a kill no less. That's awesome. And in the interim, we've had a little flat tire, so we just had to get that sorted out, which we did in record time with Mpo helping me out. But then a lot of people say that hippos are the most dangerous animal out here in the African bush. Some other people say it's a buffalo because it's when it charges, the only thing that will stop it is a bullet to the brain. I have to say that the most dangerous animal out here is none of those. In fact, it's a high-lift jack. And if you've ever had a run-in with a high-lift jack, you'll know what I'm talking about. So we dealt with it with the utmost of care. And a little trick that I taught Mpo about as well is when you're driving around with a high-lift jack, there is always a massive accumulation of dust on these particular pieces of equipment. So just some water poured onto the moving parts works wonders. And then you need to make sure that you keep your chin out of the swinging line of the pole that you use to lift the jack with. So just a little word of advice, anybody that ever uses a high-lift jack, keep those things in mind and you might survive the experience. Anyway, we've now managed to come up out of the Bushman's River Basin, and we're on top now, just on the edge of it, where the plains sort of run towards God's Window. And we are making our way towards Leeuwenbosch Plains, the area around Leeuwenbosch Pan, but lovely herd of black wildebeest, interspersed with some blesbok as well. And I always am intrigued by their tail, their white tail, and I've always said that giraffe and zebra have the best fly swats in the business, but I'm starting to think that black wildebeest have got to be clumped in there with those two as well, because it is a very elaborate tail, and they do use it for swatting the flies, as you can see, but they also use it in display, and very often you can see them running around and displaying with that white tail, flapping up and down as well. So they're quite an interesting animal indeed. They've got a very peculiar look to them. They don't look like anything else out here. I liken their face a bit like that of a bat, because they've got this hairy part under their chin and on top of their nose and on their forehead, and those horns melting down in front of their eyes. It just gives them a rather unusual face. And they do often run around like they are clowning around, and it's quite particular, but lovely to watch and quite special. We don't often get to see black wildebeest in other parts. They are sort of isolated to this part of the Eastern Cape and then up onto the Highveld and the grassland areas. So geographically quite isolated, and not many of them around anymore. So the area around sort of Suikerbosrand, which is a nature reserve south of Johannesburg, they've got still quite big herds there, and then these parts here in the Eastern Cape. So it's very important that we do have these reserves like Amakhala that have given them a bit of a sanctuary and keeping their numbers from dwindling. And on a game reserve that I used to manage not far from here, we had also 3 male coalition of cheetah on that reserve, and they specialized in hunting black wildebeest. So I'm wondering if at some stage these 3 amigos that we have here might do something similar, but for now it looks like they've taken down 2 kudu. I wonder if they're going to start specializing in that, or if it's just going to be random. We'll have to wait and see, but I think that is now 2 kudu, which means that I think that is the sort of, even though it's only 2, the highest number of one species that they've taken down. They've taken down baby eland, they've taken down an adult red hartebeest female, 2 kudu, and duiker. I think they've also had a warthog. So they're sort of running through the species. And I think it's pretty, as I say, random. Whatever sort of bumps out in front of them, they're going for. That big male kudu that we watched them chase into the fence, maybe that was an inkling sort of showing us that maybe that's what they're going to start doing, is strategizing, or they're chasing an animal, it hits the fence, and then they go for it when it's flailing on the ground. Who knows? I don't know how they actually took down that big male kudu bull. But it would make sense if he hit into the fence and then was at that moment jumped on. But we can only speculate. But there's no speculating here with these wildebeest. It's very relaxed. The lions are not anywhere near here, so they're just enjoying this midday grazing with the blesbok. The breeze has strengthened, and the clouds have dispersed a little bit, so it's not as hot as it was earlier, and this breeze coming through sort of from the southeast, it's got quite a chill to it, obviously coming from the ocean. It's not cold, but it is cool, so it's actually very nice. Once that wind picks up, it does cool things off a bit. Unless sometimes when it comes from the west, then it comes in over from the Karoo, and then it can be a very hot, dusty wind, which can actually heat things up even more in the midday heat. So it's nice when it does come from the east, Even though it's onshore, you know, being a surfer myself, this is the wind that we hate because it's onshore and it makes the ocean very lumpy and terrible for fishing, surfing, all of that. But it's perfect for when you're out here in the bush and it cools things off a bit. Obviously not when it's too strong, then it can be howling. But for now, it's lovely actually. And I think the animals enjoying that coolness as well. Everybody sort of milling about and getting down to the important aspect of feeding. And a lovely view from up here as well. We're sort of looking in the direction where the elephants moved. So Shelly, yeah, they will have, generally, they will have calves every year. They also have a rutting season. So we said it's sort of heading up to the rutting season now. And that's when the males will start to have an increase in testosterone. It normally coincides with the real drop in daylight. And that's what then triggers the increase in testosterone. Then they sort of start battling for territories and taking on females, etc. Wildebeest are heavily territorial, so the males will establish a territory. They also build middens or utilize middens as a point to mark their territories, and then females will also come and use the same midden if they're in a similar area. And then the male will sort of from that point test all the females' readiness for mating, etc. And it's a kind of little Facebook page there at the midden itself. So that's where a lot of communication goes on, but mainly through smell. And so yes, and then 6 months later, once the rutting season has happened, the males sort of take on females, they mate with them 6 months later, and normally coincides with the increase in daylight, heading into spring, and also normally the rains. Now here in these parts we have rain all year round, so it doesn't really change much in the terms of the rainfall, where we actually have more rainfall in winter. But in the rest of the country, you know that it's normally then perfect timing because the babies are born after the rains. There's lots of greenery, so it's good feed for the females to have good health, so that they can produce good milk, and then the babies have a good chance at survival and gaining their strength very quickly. So that's how generally things work, but we do see things a little bit out of that box sometimes. But it's also good that the females all drop their calves at a similar time, so that, you know, innately that the predators will take out quite a number of them, but there will be more that survive. So it's sort of that, what do they call it? Aligned dropping of the babies at the same time. But yeah, so what are these cheetah going to get up to in terms of who they're going to start eating? That's another question that we can ask. But with these guys here, we often see them on this plain, and this is also a spot where I know that Andrew, the other naturalist that does come here to Amakhala, he has seen bat-eared foxes in this particular spot. So I like coming here too on a regular basis and just seeing if we can spot them.
Thanks to our wonderful Wild Earth explorers, Wild Earth Kids is back. Your monthly subscriptions have allowed us to relaunch Wild Earth Schools on a weekly basis. Wednesday, March 29th will be the first session back, and then after that, every Wednesday for the first hour of the Sunset Safari. Sign your class up for a special virtual field trip to Africa, because touching the lives of the future protectors of our Earth matters.
also a couple of red-billed oxpeckers hopping around. I think I see one on top of one of the black wildebeest. No, it's actually a mane. You do sometimes see the oxpeckers on the black wildebeest, but they're quite a fidgety, jumpety animal. So maybe the oxpeckers don't find them sort of too relaxed for them to sit on them. They seem to prefer animals like kudu, zebra, what else? The buffalo, obviously. And I don't see any here now. There's not high numbers of the oxpeckers. They're still sort of making a comeback. They were pretty much extinct, but there's been some wonderful projects, breeding projects of them, and they are cooperative breeders. So once they've established a little family, then they can do pretty well. And I know that there's even a nest inside the Hlossi Lodge office. The manager's office has actually got a nest there, and I've been in there a few times when we were staying there recently, and it's incredible because you can hear them in the roof, and they and chatty to each other inside the roof in the office. It's quite special. So, and something quite interesting as well is just off these black wildebeest, off there in the background, you see the man-made structure. This is the boma that would be a sort of a quarantine boma when they bring new animals onto the reserve, and that's where they will release the animals into that. Then they will sort of acclimatize to the spot. They're also then monitored by the vets, to see that they're all 100% healthy before they then open the gates and release them into the reserve. So whichever animals it might be, they've got different bomas on the reserve, but if they're going to be released onto the main reserve, that is the boma that will be utilized for that. And it's normally, big enough, but it's also the exact kind of environment that they're going to be living in. So it's a wonderful acclimatization spot for them, and a lovely spot where it's small enough that the vets can also monitor them easily. And then eventually, as I say, they just open the gate, and eventually the animals will just wander out. Now, Ellie, I know that you asked a question around the speed of a black wildebeest. Well, they are pretty fast. I would say they reach speeds of up to about between 60 and 70 kilometers an hour. So they're not quite as fast as hartebeest and Tsessebe, which reach up to about 80 kilometers an hour. But 60, 65, I would say, probably around 65 kilometers an hour. And if you see how fast that is in your car when you drive at that speed, it's pretty fast. And I think they say that Usain Bolt, he could run just around about 30 kilometers an hour. That's the fastest man ever to run 100 meters. So it's more than double that. And it's not even the fastest animal out here. So it is pretty incredible how fast they can run. And when we train students and so on for Trails Guide, we always say that humans are the slowest animal out here. So the first rule that we always teach to people is we don't run. We stand our ground, because if you run, you are food. So we don't run because we're too slow to run away from anything anyway. So our best bet is to either find cover or to stand our ground. And so that's the best bet. You don't run in the bush. And I know there's a famous book about that as well. It's well worth a read. But yeah. Okay, so these wildebeest are dispersing a little bit, but wonderful to spend time with them, and some little calves as well. But I think it's time to send you on over to one of my favorite waterholes in the world.
Thank you, Rolf. Look at this. Not one, not two, not three, but 4 elephants. So it is indeed our 2 males that are generally together. Then that one that sometimes hang out with them. And then I believe it is that one younger bull. I'm just trying to see. But how amazing is this? We wanted elephants and we got elephants here and in Djuma. And of course Rolf also had some elephants today at the start of Escape to Nature with that brand new baby. Now, with regards to the elephants in Ukokoyo, the dynamics, the dynamics are very, very interesting, particularly with the bulls that I've been seeing. There's one of these 4 is my favorite elephant in Ukokoyo. But we shan't say that too loud. We do not want to offend anyone or get them upset. But yes, as I say, one of them is generally always by himself. I'm just trying to, I think it's the one furthest left. Yes, I think it is you. Because these 2 on this side are generally always together. And then there's a younger bull with smaller tusks that's a little bit more cheeky. But it's an interesting dynamic, the fact that they are together. It's possible, it's not impossible, but with elephants, you know, there can be a lot of aggression sometimes if there's perhaps a male in must or anything like that. However, they seem pretty peaceful, which is wonderful. As you can see, that one is even defecating as I said it. Nelson, you are saying, what a day. Elephants at both waterholes. I know. You see, sometimes, not always, very rarely, but sometimes it helps to just sort of be patient and then, you know, just very softly voice your wants and your needs and desires to Mother Nature. Doesn't always work, but then sometimes she's like, all right. Let me just give them a little something. No goodness, can't you at least wait until you're outside the water? My machtig. Of course, it's not a problem. They feed on vegetation, so it's it's not harmful to any of the animals, but ugh. I know Tess also recently showed us on safari how much water you can actually get from elephant dung. And believe it or not, I myself have done that on safari as well. Not to drink, to to wash something. And no, it was not the coffee cups of guests, don't worry, it wasn't for that purpose. Yes, so these 2 that are still in the water, those are the 2 bulls that are generally together. The elephant on the far left that's sort of curling his trunk up right now, he's a male that generally moves around by himself, but sometimes he likes to actually be with these 2 in the water. And then the one on the other side that's facing away from us, I'm still getting to know that elephant. He's a very interesting character. He's very cheeky. I have not yet seen him in this sort of dynamic ways with all 3 bulls, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm correctly remembering, But generally, when he's coming by himself, he's very arrogant and bombastic and chasing away the other animals and stalks and everything. So it seems like they are definitely keeping him in line, which is important. That is the role of male elephants. They keep the younger ones in line, especially the bulls. I can't remember which reserve it was. I'm not even going to try and guess because this was quite a while back. But they'd introduced elephants there, but those elephants had no male role model as such. And they became very violent, not just with vehicles, but I remember there was one incident where one tried to mount an actual rhino. So they do need the older bulls, sort of just to, not only to discipline them, but to teach them the tricks of the trade. And perhaps this one is finally now, he's finally joined a class where he can just get some training from the older, more experienced gentleman. Yes, you splash that water, my friend. Make some mud for yourself. So you can get some insect repellent on you. And now you're probably going to also want to see what is happening here. Is there some fresh water for all of us? Or are you hogging this area? Oh, there was some submission going on there actually. As soon as this elephant in the middle sort of turned towards the other one, then whoa, you see now, this is exactly the thing that happens, just like with those two male lions that we saw with Nick. When there's water or food or anything important really involved, then then there's definitely some different dynamics that come into play. But you can definitely see the submission from the one on the right. He's not looking at him. He's not opening his ears or anything. He's just sort of keeping to himself. Brian from the UK, you are saying a bacon sandwich, a cup of tea, and Escape to Nature on TV. The perfect Sunday morning. You just made me hungry. Thank you, Brian. No, I'm kidding. I'm glad you have had fun with us today. Or if you are only just joining us, I hope you enjoy your cup of tea and your sandwich. And remember, if you were not able to join us for the full Escape to Nature today, you can always just check out the best bits or the highlights on the app or on YouTube, and that way we'll highlight everything for you that you may have missed. However, I think our director and our post-production will have a little bit of difficulty with today because there's been a lot of incredible things. From Nick's male lions that made a kill to Tandi, the rhino, the buffaloes, and that all just was in Kariga. Rolf has seen some black wildebeest. He has seen the elephants with a brand new baby. And ourselves, we've been lucky as well. In Djuma, we've had a hippo, antelope, birding. Here in Okukuya, we finally have some more elephants as well. This is very interesting. Sorry, I'm very fascinated right now with the behavior of these elephants. Perhaps I've got it wrong. But I don't think so. It's almost like they are having a huddle. You know, before a football game, or I'm not really a sportsman, so you would have to help me out here, but they are discussing the plan. How can we chase away the storks, but really give them a fright and make it very unexpected? This one on the right's not interested. No, thank you. It's Sunday. I'm off. I'm not part of this plan. I'm not interested. What a pretty picture. It looks like a painting. Michelle, you are saying seeing Tandi made your day and the Ellies finally showed up. Thank you so much for joining us today, Michelle, and thank you to all of you. Really, I know we are not completely at the end yet. We've still got a few minutes. But thank you to each and everyone today, yesterday, all of you that always join us, that participate, not only with the questions, but always sending through your comments as well, giving your guesses with the silly quizzes that I give you. I really appreciate it so much. And so does everyone at Wild Earth, from our directors, the tech team, the other naturalists. You are much appreciated, just know that. Much like this beautiful scene we are having. It literally looks like a painting. With the cotton wool clouds, the tree. It really is so incredible. Just take some time just to listen to everything that's going on, from the birds that are vocalizing to the braying of the zebras every now and again. Not so much right now. They are literally, it's like they were gossiping about something or making an important decision.
Thank you, Wild Earth, for this absolutely fantastic prize at Matea Safari Lodge at Madekwa in South Africa. I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program at its onset in 2019 and have absolutely loved every minute I have experienced in the bush with all the characters of Wild Earth, both human and hairy. Thank you again, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
Okay, back with our two dominant male lions. And this male is still sitting up, panting away heavily, and his brother is passed out on his side. And it's actually been very interesting to watch this male closest to us. He got on his side and then he was kind of like rolling from one side to the next. He just couldn't get comfortable. Then he got on his back, laid on his back, and he had his paws up in the air. Shame. Then I think a few flies started to buzz him, or bother him rather. And from there he then started kind of snapping at them, trying to catch them with his teeth, with his mouth. And now he's kind of sat up. Shame, he's still panting very heavily. But this is common behavior to see from lions like this. All lions will generally do this, you know. And in terms of seeing lions lying on their back, that's also a common posture in terms of trying to get all of that pressure off of the stomach. I mean, yes, they had a little zebra foal to snack on, but you can really imagine if they ate something like a fully grown zebra, how much more meat would be in the stomach, how much more distended it would be, and uncomfortable. You know, obviously lying completely flat on that stomach can't be comfortable. So flipping onto the back, putting those paws up into the air, that really does do the trick quite often. You can see the male in the back there shifting around a little bit, just doing a bit of grooming. But I would say maybe later on this afternoon they might look to head to one of the little mud wallows in the area where there's a little pool of water that they could drink from. There aren't any massive water holes around here. And I think we can see for now they look pretty settled, they look pretty comfortable in their shady spot there. Jacob, 100%. They really did read the script. They revised it. They rehearsed it last night. They knew what they were supposed to do, and they executed. It's been an absolutely incredible day with these boys here. I mean, even if we could only have just followed them along, walking and seeing them doing their thing, yawning, that would have been incredible. That would have been lovely. But to see the whole process of watching them stalk that zebra, you know, hearing the zebra running before we actually saw anything, whether they were successful or not. But the whole build up to it of, you know, listening carefully for either the sound of the zebra running away or the potential sounds of an interaction, of a lion kind of grabbing hold of one of the zebra. So the whole process that we really managed to go through of trying to find where is this lion with the carcass, you know, and following this male closest us around, you know. I was using him to try and find where the carcass was. Work smarter, not harder. So it really has been an amazing day, not just from Kariega, but from all of our different locations today. I feel like the nice breeze that we've got moving through this area is going to be nice and beneficial to this male closest to us. I wouldn't say so much for the male who's deeper in the thicket. He's probably quite protected from the wind, and I think it would be quite welcome, you know, the fact that they're both panting quite heavily, body temperatures increased quite a lot. But what a day. You know, sometimes when you head out into the bush, things just happen, you know, things just start popping out in front of you, left, right and center. I feel like today has definitely been one of those days where we've just been so lucky in terms of everything that we've seen. You know, earlier on this morning we did start talking about possible interactions of rhinos with buffaloes, and we saw that. And then obviously we had these lions, so it really has been a great day. But from everybody here at the Wild Earth team, in the office and all of our different locations, thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you have enjoyed it. I hope you've learned something. I hope we've brought a little slice of paradise to you at your home on this lovely Sunday. And hopefully you've got a nice little lunch or something like that lined up. But stick around as we do start to head towards our afternoon sunset safari a little bit later. And once again, thank you everybody. Take it easy.